Chiedeva di te.
I'm here. How are you? Did you rest or something?
No, I didn't. I didn't rest. This.
It's not bad, my glasses, right?
Sorry?
My glasses are not.
It's fine.
It's because I was using lens contacts.
Ah, I didn't.
But
Yeah, okay.
it's big. Yeah, I didn't see very well, but my eyes were a little bit dry, so I decided to.
Is it okay? The screen, everything?
Yes, can you put it? Just I see if. Yeah, it's
Maybe I
okay.
could do this a bit. Okay.
I am.
Anyway, should be okay.
Yes.
You know what? I launch and I put just the video of the playing room and we wait for.
Okay.
Yeah. Ah, yes. I launch, of course I must launch. Yes. And this, of course. I hope it will be only there. Okay, stop. Okay, go live. We are live.
Yes, good. You start.
I start and I put some music and
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to round 5. Feels like we were commentating round 4 not so long ago, Alexandra.
1 hour ago.
Yeah. So, welcome. Once again, who is joining us just now? That's a double round today. We had round 4 and now the round 5 is starting. So, tough day for us, but a much tougher day for the players, of course. And yeah, the round has started already. We can quickly check the pairings. We have one, the sole leader in the A group, in the A tournament, Yair Parkov from Israel, facing, as you can see, Vladimir Fedoseev, and a group of players on 3.5 points. So it's Pichot against Lorenzo Ladici, then Daniil Darda with black against Khan Erdogmuz, Maxim Chigayev, and I cannot stop laughing because I had a chat with him after this game, and he said like I was like about to resign 3 times and something like that. So it was, of course, a very unexpected win. He is playing against Francesco Sonis, Jules Moussard with black against Paul Welton.
Both French.
Both French, yes. Luca Moroni with black against Viktor Michalevsky from Israel. Then Edis Gurel with white against Brahad from India. And another Turkish player with black, Eray Kilic. His opponent, Kirill Shevchenko, already has 3 points. So, and on 3 points, yeah, we have a lot. We have Shevchenko, Van Forest, Lagarde, and so on and so on. Okay. Now, and yeah, we are actually shown who are the Son. Yeah, Murzin with 2 draws, I think, against Philip Bo Olsen. Nicholas Huschenbert lost today's morning round. Then Sivuk lost a couple of rounds ago. And yeah, all the pairings, as you can see. And on 17th spot is on 17th board. I'm sorry. Sanan Sugirov, number 2 in this tournament by rating, but he suffered a very bad loss with white in today's morning round. Okay, so I think we can start with the games, and once again, let's not forget we have the streamers boards.
Yes, and actually Alexandra is leading the big group next to 2 other players, and today she's facing another person with 4 points. So I think it's very important game for the big group too.
Alexandra Botis with black against Alex Becker, and Andrea has the white pieces, but she's on what, 2.5? Yes, she's not in the leading group. And I'll start like very traditionally with board 1. So our leader has the black pieces, and his opponent Vladimir Fedoseev happens to be the top seed. Okay, Nimzo defense, e2, e3, and this is, well, used to be, anyway, the kind of the main line, the most fundamental of them all. Bishop d3. Then I think somehow c5 used to be more popular, but there is nothing wrong with d5, of course. C takes, e takes, and a2, a3. So now you can take on c3 as many guys do in the Nimzo, and just play this position, like go c5, yeah, knight goes to e2, pawn goes to f3, white is trying to play e4 later on, or after a3 there is nothing wrong with going to d6 or e7, and then we will have, I don't know, I think knight e2 is still a move, c6, let's put it like this. So it's a Carlsbad structure, which you would have from the Queen's Gambit. I think we had games like this, but the bishop would be on g5.
Yeah.
And with the bishop on c1, it's believed that, yeah, it's not so dangerous for black. So in fact, despite that Fedoseev is like high rated and everything, it doesn't look like he will get some crashing advantage from the opening. Okay, at least for now. Like move 7, it is relatively quiet. It will be a long game. On board 2, Alan Pichot against Lorenzo Lodici. And Lorenzo is this guy who won this super sharp game with white king running. And remember, there was the bishop on the long diagonal in round 4. So that was kind of, he finished one of the last in the round 4, so must be quite tired. Okay, here we have e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, and the main move nowadays is, of course, to go bishop c5, but now knight f6, two knights defense, and white went d2, d3. Yeah, so interesting why Lorenzo is spending so much time here. D3 is one of the popular moves. Because he played h6. Yeah, and h6 is how to say, it's a very trendy move, but like it might look, it might look like a beginner's move. So after d3, white kind of has a threat of knight g5. Yep, there is a line knight g5 immediately without d3, but then that's a normal theory of two knights defense. After d3, it looks like white has a threat of knight g5, and some beginner player could play h6. And if I'm his coach, I would probably criticize him. Why do you spend time? I mean, why don't you develop the bishop to c5 or bishop e7? Yeah, but now, these days, it is played also on a very high level. Point being that black is preparing to fianchetto this bishop, so it needs to stop knight g5 right now. And oftentimes, black would even play g5. It's a very aggressive setup, very risky setup. But let's say after c3, g6 would be kind of normal move, but you can also play g5. Then bishop g7, castles, and so on. So, and among other games, it was seen in the candidates tournament played by Hikaru Nakamura against Vidit. So this h6 move, and the plan was g7, g5. So there is no surprise just yet. It's a very tricky opening. Hard to play, but we'll see. We'll see. Then on board 3, Darda with black against Khan Erdogmush, and here I cannot really say much. It's Queen's Gambit. Maybe should mention the funny move order. Funny to some who is not familiar what's going on. Why to start with bishop e7 and not knight to f6? So if you go knight f6, then you allow the Carlsbad with bishop on g5 and with later on playing e3, bishop d3, knight e2, as we've seen in Fedoseyev's game a couple of rounds ago, bishop d3 and specifically knight e2. So black's bishop e7 is kind of waiting move, useful move. White has to decide, does he want a knight on f3? Then Carlsbad is considered to be less dangerous. Now if white goes for this, he has a knight on f3 as opposed to knight on e2. Or other move could be bishop f4, but then again you are playing the Queen's Gambit with bishop on f4 and not on g5. So bishop e7 is a tricky move that some people actually use. Bishop e7, but then after knight f3, knight f6 is just a transposition, as if it was a normal moves order. Yeah, and that's it. It's not much to add. It's only 4 moves played. Then the hero of the previous round, Chigayev, against Francesco Sonis. Here we have the Catalan opening. Bishop b4 check. And knight to d2. And that's again, it's a funny one, because bishop b4 check was very popular, and I think we even seen one of these positions after bishop d2, black played bishop d6. Remember?
Yeah, I remember that.
One of the rounds. Very often black will go to e7, and so the trick here, if white has played knight f3. In our game, white went with bishop g2 moves order. If white plays knight f3, then after bishop b4, you can play knight d2, but it is a risky move because it's a real pawn sacrifice. After dc4, it's not so easy to get the pawn back. You can try to do it immediately, but then there is no advantage whatsoever. Or if you say play bishop g2, black can try to defend. c3 immediately, yes, you can do as well. But then this is considered to be like a strong compensation. Yeah. So you normally don't rush with c3, but you have this as an option. So if white, say, annoys you too much, you can always play c3 and say I'm a pawn up. Yeah. However, after bishop g2 check and knight d2, you cannot take. That's the trick, because now it's a check, and knight c6 with the knight on f3. Knight c6 would defend the bishop. Now you just take the bishop and take the knight and then take the bishop. White is a piece up. So one could wonder, why would you give a check on b4 if in few more moves, and yeah, we see the moves on the board, if few more moves, you go back to e7. So it looks like you lost the tempo with black, right? You went to b4 and to e7, and white knight is on d2. But the truth is, interestingly, that the knight on d2 is seriously misplaced to such an extent that I remember in some very similar position, Alexander Grishuk went knight b1 to put the knight normally on c3. So black technically lost the tempo, but the knight on d2 is not great. So that's, at least this is what black is trying to prove. So b3, a5. Knight will very often go to a6 and then c7, c5, something like that. So again, very solid, very theory heavy. So yeah, I believe both players should know quite a few moves up front from this position. Very long positional game usually, this kind of Catalans. And again, it's interesting how fashion changes. Like everyone was playing the Queen's Gambit, then there was a wave of the Catalan at the beginning of 2000s, then there was a conclusion, okay, against the Catalan you play this, and it's equal. So it disappeared. Now Catalan kind of has its comeback, at least on the open tournaments, because people kind of forget, you know, like there is some conclusion. Okay, this is what you do against the Catalan. This is the line which equalizes, and then a few years passes. Maybe white finds some new ideas. Not a lot of Catalans in the practice, and then you play, and turns out people forget how to equalize. This is one of the cases. One of the great examples is this London, as we were discussing. Again, everyone plays different system against the London, and there is no kind of universal answer how to equalize against London, because everyone does different thing. So against this particular Catalan, yeah, it's not a bad system with bishop b4 check, bishop e7, very much playable. After a5, I'm not sure what's going on, to be honest. I'm tempted to say you just play bishop b2 and you ignore this a4 business. Like if black goes a4, you might as well consider taking. There is nothing wrong. So I'm really kind of doubting if black's a5 is an indication that he wants to play a4, or maybe just like he doesn't care much and goes knight a6 later. Okay, so Chigayev thinking. Some more games in the leading group. Let's see. Paul Welton, the player from the Netherlands who beat, if I'm not mistaken, he's the one who won against Sugirov, right? Ah, no, he's French. Sorry. Yeah, right. Two Frenchmen playing each other, exactly. So I think he was the one to win against Sugirov in the previous round, if I'm not confusing anything. Yeah.
What?
Paul Welton. Was he Sugirov's opponent in the previous round? I think the answer is yes. Anyway, so now he has the white pieces against Jules Moussad. And here we have what's called the Queen's Indian.
Yes, he was.
So he was playing with Sugirov, right? Now we have the Queen's Indian, which is once again strangely lost its popularity. Some 15 years ago, players would be playing this with black, knight f6, e6, and then the recipe was this. After knight c3 you played the Nimzo, and this stays till that day. But after knight f3, back in the day, everybody was playing d6, and now, of course, much more popular is this d5, and then either Queen's Gambit or Ragozin defense. b6, a3 is so-called Petrosian system, and again, like, it seems a bit random. Why would you move a side pawn, right? Why would you move a rook pawn so early? Yes, the point, of course, is knight c3, bishop b4. And that's why you play a3 first to prevent bishop b4. Once, like someone said that if you want to explain the ideas of Queen's Indian in one sentence, it would be like both sides are fighting for e4 square.
No.
And in reality, like if white gets to play e4, let's say goes knight c3, queen c2, and gets to play e4, builds this center, then it turns out that the bishop on b7 is not great. It will be pointed at white's pawn, right? So it will not be doing that much. And overall, white usually has the advantage. And if we consider white fighting for and black fighting for e4 square as well, right? With the knight, with the bishop from b7, then after knight c3, black does a little bit of cheating. So he's fighting for the light squares with a dark square bishop by exchanging it for a knight on c3. So it's very logical to try to play a3, stop bishop b4, and then develop the Orosei. Bishop b7, and then bishop f4. Bishop f4 is something I'm not very familiar with. It can be transposed into the queen's gambit or some queen's gambit-ish positions after black goes d5. But in our game, black goes c5. Knight c3, c takes, queen takes. So this is something like extremely original. Knight h5 and bishop g5. Interesting. Bishop e7, trades, goes knight b5. I don't know what it is, honestly. Doesn't look familiar to me. Well, white obviously is trying to get to d6 square, and black will have to, I guess black will have to castle short. In case of knight d6, however, I'm not sure. Huh. It's not that easy. I wanted to say bishop a6, but now I'm thinking, what happens if white simply goes before b5?
Threatening b5.
Yeah, do I really want to have this? Then knight b5 is an annoying move.
Yeah, I like knight b5.
Yeah, no, well, the thing is, like, it looks so unnatural for white, what white is doing. So he spent, like, took with the queen, lost a tempo on this, went bishop f4 and then bishop g5 and then exchanged on e7, so 3 moves with the bishop. So it looks like white should not be getting any advantage because of like
and
somewhat...
also it's behind of the
yeah, the bishop is here still. Yeah, what is this? But somehow chess is very concrete game, and black has to deal with two very concrete threats, knight c7 and knight d6, which is not easy, and he castles, and seriously the big question is how to reply to this one. Maybe you don't care about the bishop. Maybe you go rook b8. And if white decides to take, it's kind of the same idea that you spend 1, 2, 3, 4 moves with the knight, and then this knight disappears. Yeah, maybe that's
to
the
keep
thing.
the knight on d6 for...
Yeah, that's another option, of course. But then why I'm playing specifically rook b8? To hide the bishop on a8. So the choice for white is you take it now or you are not taking it at all. Let's say if white plays e3 to cover f4 and to develop the bishop, then bishop a8, bishop e2, and okay, some moves, maybe back to f6, back to e8, trying to exchange this guy. We shall see. I mean, if white played up to this position, if white played so quickly, that means he probably knows what his plan is after castle. Yes, he goes knight d6. There also could be...
And he
played knight d8, I think.
Knight d8?
Knight d8. Yeah, quickly. Played knight d8. What is this? Because the knight on d8 is not so important. Maybe he wants bishop c6, knight b7 to exchange this guy. It's also quite tricky.
Yeah, because he can get trapped, the bishop probably.
Yeah, in case of bishop a6, yes.
Oh, no, maybe bishop c6 and b5. It's not trapped. that.
Yeah, like one of the things that after e3, bishop c6, b4, let's say, I can still play knight b7, right? Because the knight on d6 is hanging. And somehow this starts to tell that white actually is behind in development.
Rook d1.
Yeah, rook d1 is an option, of course, but then let's say we trade everything. And even a move like knight f6 is possible, then preparing for this, or in a bad case scenario, knight e8. That should be around equal, I guess. Knight d2 maybe to stop knight e4, and then rook goes somewhere, and king will come to e7. So solid. I think this is one of the games where White's approach is to play very solid, because he's somewhat lower rated than his opponent. He won a very important game in the previous round, so round 2 of today he'll try to play very, very solid, very slow. Okay. Whoa. So next game, nothing special. The Catalan again. Black played a5. Black Luca Moroni, by the way, he is very well prepared, it seems. I've seen a5, but I haven't seen this exact combination of the moves. So knight bd7. So back in the day, again, you could take on c4. That always was an option, and I think we've seen one of the games here. Knight d7 wasn't so popular. So you could play, let's say, c6, queen c2, and then one of the lines would be a5. Knight d7 is also acceptable, but then a5 is not something that I've necessarily seen. C takes, e takes, knight c3, and c6. So black plays the queen's gambit, right? So if white would have the bishop on d3, bishop on g5, black's setup would be exactly the same. And there is nothing wrong. If anything, the bishop on g2 is stupid against these pawns. So overall, good plan by Moroni, I think.
Let's try to play e4.
E4 for white. Yeah, but then again, probably you want it here, right?
Yeah.
Because if e4, everything getting exchanged, let's say black just exchanges everything, and he has the other knight to go to f6 and to d5. Or maybe even not the knight, but the bishop will go to e5, bishop e6. If, let's say, knight moves somewhere, go d5, like this. Black's very solid. I've played something similar with white. I'm just not sure how this game was, kind of how this position was happening. I remember having the bishop on f4, and you get this illusion that white is getting somewhere, like bishop f4, knight e5, but black is very solid. Okay, so that's the position. But let me skip it for now, because I really want to see next game. This is crazy.
What is going on in the next
What is
game?
going on? You tell me, what is going on? Why the queen is on g4? What is this? Why the pawn is on h5? What was the opening? I mean, I'm like puzzled.
Yeah, what is
Seriously, what is the opening? The opening, believe it or not, was the Ray Lopez. I'm very surprised. Bishop b5, okay, knight e7, and then he went knight c3. I think the theory of this is that white castles, and then later on, I mean, plays like normal Spanish, c3, d4. Knight c3, black goes knight g6, defends the pawn because he wants to develop the bishop. There is a funny line like that, right? Is it the fun? No. This is not. g6. I'm trying to recall. Is this the line? Knight d5 you go. Bishop here. Bishop here. No, nonsense. Never mind. This is not the line that I wanted to show. Maybe it is. Here. No, forget it. This is not the one. Anyway, possibly g6 was an alternative. Knight g6, and this is where the fun starts. After knight g6, h4, and h5, knight f4. Knight takes. Queen f3. Bishop d6. Some funny position. Then black goes h6. He could actually castle, but then I guess something like this he didn't like. Maybe bishop returns to c4, makes one more move, and then d3. This pawn is unpleasant to have. 6 and queen g4. I have no idea how this has to be evaluated. Is white actually better or not? Not according to the computer. Who just castles. And after, let's say, d3, there is bishop b4 checks. You can always castle, but I thought the only way to justify what white was doing, like pushing the h pawn, getting the queen on g4, would be to play, let's say, this, to castle long, and try to play for the attack. Yeah. But after that, there is this check. Bishop d2 means you exchanging too many pieces. After king f1, there is d5 with the tempo, and somehow it doesn't feel right. The king on f1. It's a very original play. I'm not sure. Did he prepare all this? Like, it's move 11. He spent some 5 minutes, which doesn't tell you much. It's probably not absolutely new. I mean, you don't spend only 5 minutes if it's a new position. So he definitely has some idea of what he's doing. But at the same time,
both are grandmasters.
Both are grandmasters, yes. And Edis Gurel, well, almost 2600 rated young player.
He's very young, yeah.
Yeah, young player from Turkey, so you would expect him to do, like normally, do a lot of preparation. Okay, we shall see how this develops. Meanwhile, what else can we check? I think board 8 also, Eray Kilic with black against Kirill Shevchenko. Some Catalan. This time white didn't play d4, so Catalan, it actually has the kind of delayed Catalan when you don't play d4. So c takes, knight takes, bishop b2, knight c6, d4, bishop f6, and probably this is not a great idea. As white goes e4, white goes a3, pushes all the pieces back. And now one of the ways to play would be to sacrifice this pawn temporarily, to go knight d2, and then say like black takes, I don't know, takes with the knight or the pawn. Let's say if he takes with the pawn, there is b4 also. Kind of wants to play b5. If he takes with the knight first, then we would just exchange and maybe still play b4 to stop knight c5. All I'm saying that white is very likely to win this pawn back, right? Knight f3 or knight, I don't know, b3, and then eventually win the pawn. And the bishop on c8 is quite passive. So it looks like...
And the knight is restricted.
Yeah, knight is restricted, the bishop is passive, so this could be like really good for white. This could be really good for white. Knight bd2, by the way, is the best move according to machine. And quite unpleasant consequences for black. And yes, and if you don't take, white still goes like knight e4, queen e2, rook d1, so white has quite a few moves planned. Looks extremely nice if you ask me. So what we do? We check the streamers, baby.
Yeah, let's go and check.
Let's go and check the streamers' boards. Both Botas sisters and Zach, who finally won his first game, right?
Yes, Zach, yeah.
Okay, for whatever reason I cannot see where Zach's playing. But yeah, we will find. First, let's check Andrea and Alexandra. Start with Alexandra, who is leading the tournament.
Yes, she's leading the tournament, and now she's playing against Alexander Becker from Germany. And they have kind of the same rating, so I think it's a very equal pairing right now.
Yeah, tough game. So Alexandra once again goes for sort of King's Indian setup, knight f6, g6, bishop g7, but after b3 decided to play d5 and not d6. Bishop b2, castle, bishop e2, and somewhat surprising knight e4 move. Very aggressive. Don't know if fully justified, but the idea is clear: to play c5, to play knight c6, so to have this pin, because you could play c5 immediately, but then one of the things that white can do is to take, right? And the bishop is on this diagonal. You can play knight e4, but then it leads to exchange of the bishops. So you start with knight e4 and then hoping to play c5. White replied with knight to e5.
There is no players in this.
It's Andrea's board, right?
Yeah.
Nobody's seated there. Surprising. Okay, we will check her game as well right now. So what to say about this position? The answer is, honestly, I'm not sure. One of the things that I'm thinking is possible to do is strangely to play f6 and e5.
She did play that. f6.
She did play f6, yes.
Yes.
f6. So now, depending on where the knight's going, even after knight d3, you can play e5, because this pawn cannot be taken because f2 is hanging, right?
Yeah.
And after e5, f3, who knows? Maybe we can find the line to sacrifice this knight, or even going back is absolutely unclear, because after this capture we have like knight f5 intermediate, hitting this. If queen d2, now we take here, and queen h4 is threatening. So e5 pawn survives. Yeah, I like f6. I like f6.
Yeah.
And white might actually regret going knight f5 and just go back to f3. Okay, so Alex, it's too early to tell, but 5 out of 5 is also not impossible.
Yeah, and it would be a good day for Alexandra if she gets a win this. Yeah.
Yeah, it will be a huge success. For Andrea, she is playing white, and she went for
the London.
Yeah, so this time it's, technically it's what people call Jobava London, and it's accidentally 50 years before Jobava it was played by Veresov. So I think it has to be called Veresov opening anyway. Veresov, yes. International. Back then, not even an international master, like Soviet master. But indeed, Badur Jobava played a lot of games in this line and found new ideas. Anyway, so it's very similar to a London system, but with the difference that the knight on c3 sometimes is in the way of the c-pawn. So Andrea actually goes knight e2 and now c3. And they both have very strange London. So for white, normal would be to have the knight on d2. For black, knight on d7 is seriously misplaced. It should be on c6.
Maybe they go back the knight.
Yeah. So b6, knight g3, c4, bishop c2, bishop b7. And now I'm a little bit surprised white starts playing on the queen side, because if you look at this bishop, if we look at how many pieces white has on the king side, I'm guessing something like knight e5 is more to the point. So you're playing towards the opponent's king, knight e5, and possibly even queen f3 later on, or knight h5 maybe. A4, there is nothing wrong with a4 though. A4, a6, b4 here I would consider taking, but black went rook e8 and she went b5. b5 is a little bit scary, Or maybe not. I was thinking maybe pawn is getting weak on b5. Like rook here. But even then, are we scared if black takes? Probably not so much. So, I mean, we can do our thing. I don't know what our thing is here. Say knight e5. So then if black takes, there will be some stuff like rook a7. Rook is getting stuck here. And if b5, a5, then it's a huge achievement for white, of course, because the bishop is very stupid on b7. And also we have the space, and also maybe one day we will be, like we will play knight e5, we will be threatening to jump to c6. So again, some around here, probably.
And maybe knight
moment.
e5 and knight h5.
Yeah, this is, okay, wait, b5, a5, let's show this one. Knight e5, and then black will be kind and do something silly. And then we go knight h5. And if black takes on h5,
We have to
I mean, this is not a bad attack already, but bishop h7 usually pretty much wins in these situations. So king h7, queen h5, and this tactic works when and if black already played rook e8. So this one is not defended. So we take on f7, and I don't know what's the follow-up here. Maybe queen g6, knight f7, and so on. But it's relatively easy to see that white at the very least has very strong attack, maybe even winning.
Yep.
Okay, it's far from reality right now, because after b5 black played knight f8, which makes sense. Knight f8 and knight to g6 will make black's king position very solid, but also it allows white to put the knight on e5. And here, I mean, you can exchange. You can actually, okay, this is maybe an interesting moment, because apart from exchanging on g6, you can just play, I don't know, say play queen b1, putting the queen here and the same time at the diagonal. So what I want to say that if black takes on f4, you don't mind such exchange, because the knight is very strong and you get the e file for the rook. So I like Andrea's position as well. Of course, as we already figured out, it's a little bit unpredictable what will happen.
Yeah.
With Andrea, she likes
the London.
Yeah, she likes attacking chess, and therefore sometimes kind of overreacting to what opponent is doing. And then we have Zachary Sane with white against Johannes Semling. So another streamer's board.
Yes.
Zach is playing with white, so a French with e5. And this move, knight to a3.
That is, I played against Alexandra Botes.
So you know this one. Yeah, knight a3 to play to put the knight on c2. Yeah, so to make sure that d4 is well defended. Bishop b4 check and knight e7. I'm not sure really. Queen d2. And what's interesting, black decided it's too dangerous to take. Because you could take the pawn on b2, right? And after that, maybe just run away. Castles. So you win the b pawn, but you lose a couple of tempi. And then it's scary to castle because of some Greek gifts.
Yeah.
Maybe not immediately, but it's always in the air. So that would be one direction. Black decided to play bishop d7 instead. White went rook b1, rook c8, and bishop e2. So far, very normal position. Should be better for white. Like if he plays he just plays developing moves, castles. This knight goes to e3.
The idea is to play b4.
Yeah, you can play b4, b5 on this side, but I think mostly what they do, like you look at the structure, we have the e5 pawn against e6 pawn, so more space on the king side, and therefore, like what they're trying to do is trying to attack the king, like with maybe knight e3, knight g4, put the queen there, if we have a chance. Must be a long game, I believe. some just like scrolling, seeing some really sharp positions. Some of them like with a lot of moves played already, which suggests people tired and usually losing patience. I mean,
Yes, they want to play
Mhm.
fast.
It's half-half. Some play super solid and, like solid opening. Some say, no, I will play something sharp. I will call for an early crisis, and at least in 2-3 hours, everything will be decided.
Yeah, and the strongest players are playing each other this round, so
Yeah,
it's very important round.
of course. Yeah, that's maybe the first, maybe not the first, like previous. Round 4 was the first when we had a lot of Grandmaster versus
Yes.
Grandmaster. And it will only increase the number of these games where grandmasters facing each other, and would only increase the closer to the end of the tournament we are getting. So I'm coming all the way back to those top boards.
Okay.
Got to say, on board 1, Fedoseyev's game is, wow, that's quite interesting. I wanted to say, like, first, I've seen only the position and didn't see the time. And I wanted to say, okay, this is something very minimal. Because, like, exchanges happen. Yes, black has the isolated pawn, but it's only one weakness. But now I took a look at the clock. And Fedoseev is at 1 hour 31.
Yeah, it's completely prepped.
So he's prepared, and it's 17 moves already, which is quite a lot, I have to say.
He has an extra minute.
Yeah, he even managed to, kind of to get an extra minute. His opponent spent half an hour already. Okay, so what was the line? C takes, E takes, A3 we've seen, bishop to D6, queen C2, C5. Knight F3, knight C6, castles, bishop G4, knight G5, H6, and the funny move, knight H7. And black's problem, black would prefer not to take, but go rook E8, kind of developing move, but black's problem is that his D5 pawn is not defended in this case. So after knight H7, he actually took, check, bishop F5, have to exchange the bishop. Now D5 pawn is hanging, you cannot play D4 because the bishop on C5. So knight to E7 and queen to H5. And there is something in the air like that. E4, bishop H6 sacrifice. There is a threat of rook to D1 and just win the D5 pawn. I'm getting curious. Like if I push this button and check the computer evaluation, it actually says that white is better. Not much, some 0.40, 0.50, but white is better, and paired with the, with the fact that it's all prepared. So Fedoseev knows what he's doing. Our tournament leader, Yair Parhov, might be in quite a bit of trouble.
Yeah.
So this could be, now I'm thinking this could be a very crucial game for him.
Yeah,
like every game is crucial, of course, but
he's the only leader right now.
Yeah, so he's on 4 out of 4, but he's facing the top seed. The top seed with black in the second, in a day of a double round. So if he survives today, like makes a draw, let's say tomorrow, white piece is fresh, well rested, absolutely different tournament.
Yeah, that's completely true.
Yeah, but it's not easy to even make a move. Like if I look at the standings here, we have the standings. Yair Parhov, as we already said,
Solitarius.
Sole leader. International mat, the only international mat, no, not the only. There is also this Turkish guy Eray Kilic.
Yeah.
But most of the leading group is grandmasters.
Yeah, and also we were saying Yair is trying to make a norm for a grandmaster.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So he's the one that is probably the closest for the grandmaster norm after 4 rounds. Then, not sure which tiebreak is used, but apparently Paul Welten is on second place, like according to some tiebreaks. But you can see it's a big group of players on 3.5. 15 players. Impressive.
Yeah.
Okay, so some developments. Here Black is thinking, and again, he has to find, you know, not only has to find the way to play, but also has to find courage to start playing quickly. Because, yeah, to just find some way of, maybe as much kind of, as scary as it looks, maybe go f5, who knows. And then queen e8, try to exchange the queens. If queens are not exchanged, rook d8. Because it's very unpleasant to tolerate this queen. And let's say if you do something like rook c8, then after rook d1, this pawn is really in trouble.
An isolated pawn.
Yeah.
So that's why Vladimir has a little bit of advantage, because the isolated pawn, and it's not easy for Black to play here, right?
Yeah. So yeah, like computer likes White's position. Yeah, probably the queen is also like nicely placed on h5. So usually if Black has the knight, it is on f6, right? So you cannot put the queen on h5 that easily. And here queen does a job of attacking the d5 pawn, also pinning it. Because one of the ways, like say queen is on, I don't know, e2. One of the ways to play in this position for Black would be to go d4, just exchange the pawn and and fully equalize. But here it is connected with the fact that you lose a pawn.
Okay, I think he
did play. He played queen d7, allowing rook d1, and computer says there is no, it's not a big deal. You can actually play queen e6, and apparently White cannot take. No, he can. Okay, computer is doing some strange stuff. Look, knight d5, and then if rook d5, just bishop e7. Says I'm losing the pawn, but no big thing. And if bishop d2, bishop f6, attacking this guy. And then the line goes bishop c3, bishop takes, pawn takes, and yeah, White is a pawn up. Black has pressure against the c pawn, like rook ac8. This would be a little bit boring. I would prefer for minor pieces to stay on the board, like knights, bishops, I mean all this tasty stuff. Okay, let's move on, maybe. Pichot against Lorenzo Lodici. And here, after h6, castle d6, White has played a4. g6, not g5, but g6, more modest. a5, a6, and d4. I'm not sure how I feel about this one. Queen d4, bishop g7, castle, queen d3, rook e8, and it's so much... I'm not sure whose position is better, but it's so much easier, in my understanding, to play for Black, because this is your target, and you look to apply as much pressure as possible on this d-pawn. So bishop d7, bishop c6 is something to think of. There could be knight g4, knight e5.
In f3 to stop.
Yeah, f3 is good. F3 is good, and yeah, now my bishop c6 is too long and also not very clever. Maybe bishop e6 is possible to play, because other idea that I have is to take like this, to go c6 and to go d5. And usually, like, I will probably end up with an isolated pawn, but since White played f3, let's say if something like then rook d1, I can also take this guy here. I mean, if something like d5 Black plays and gets an isolated pawn, the fact that White played f3 normally in Black's favor, so it should be, I guess, around equal. So as White, let's say if I would be playing White in this position, I really don't know where this bishop from c1 should go. Should I play it on? Should I put it on f4? Should I go bishop e3? Probably your f3 move is the one that White should start with. Just go f3 for now to that this is like very solid, and then bishop e3, or sometimes even bishop d2 to defend this guy on a5 to free the rook to e1. Anyway, confusing. It's very hard to navigate. Did we check this? I don't remember anything. Yeah, of course we did. It was this very slow Queen's Gambit, yes, and I left. Bishop f4, e3, c5, bishop d3, check, knight d2, d4. This is some old theory. Queen c2. An illustration. Remember we're discussing isolated pawn. Sometimes you go d4, and this is an illustration how to deal with this isolated pawn. Just go d4.
And this opportunity, I think, is nice because the king is still in the center. And
yeah, so white cannot really take on d4, right? So queen c2. Now the question would be what to do, because computer says h6. I'm wondering, can you take on e3? Because bishop h7 is probably not so great, right? King goes, and then after bishop e3, I was thinking g6, but then, yeah, g6 is good actually. 6 is actually good. Takes, and queen h4, and it's a crazy position with 3 pawns for the piece, but no checks for now.
there is a check on. No, the queen is covering the check.
Yeah, the queen from h4 kind of covers all the checks, and then black goes knight c6, and then black goes bishop f5. So he can take, but then when white takes back, this pawn is still hanging. So sooner or later we will have to play h6, castles, some knight c6. Also a bit boring, like everything in the center exchanged, like open files. Some people like it with white, this kind of positions, because white still is more developed, has a little bit of initiative. So it really depends on how you value your chances. Like if you're just stronger by rating and everything, you want to win at any cost, then you probably don't go for this position, because you say, what if I don't win, right? I mean, it's very solid. But in our situation, where the player with white is Turkish international master, a young guy, and his opponent Darda is rated 90 points higher. So it's kind of draw is enough, but let's try a little. White is still more pleasant. It's an understandable opening choice. What's less understandable that white has half an hour less. Usually, if you play this line of Queen's Gambit, you have to know everything. And
Yeah.
somehow, yeah, he plays known position. Like once it was a very popular position, and then he spent more than half an hour reaching it. So somehow not familiar perhaps with this. Okay, board 4, board 5. I'm not sure where to go. Like everything is developing so slowly. Moment Chigayev. Something very like I don't know how to call it. I mean, these positions, for 30 moves there will be tension on the board,
Yeah.
and then someone blunders and loses.
Oh.
This is how usually these these positions goes, because like this particular tension in a center, like if white takes on c5, some moment dc5, bc5. So these hanging pawns are usually good for black, unless you lose one of them immediately, right? If black ends up taking on d4, he cannot do it right now, but let's pretend queen went somewhere and white went here, and black decides to take. So if black takes, he's with this isolated pawn, and white is much better all of a sudden. So very often in situations like this pawn tension will be kept for, I don't know, 15 more moves, 20 more moves. And what's happening on every move as white? You're to move, you're thinking, should I take on c5?
Yeah.
Next move, should I take on c5? So it's a lot of calculation work, which ends up like not being played. So you waste energy, you waste time, and it's same with black. Like you're
Yeah,
looking for.
but also calculating no calculating like in every move is a little bit dangerous because
Of course, yeah. Like if you didn't play, maybe your opponent now has a
Yeah,
chance. Yeah.
yeah.
So you're kind of forced to calculate this kind of tension, and that's why I'm saying like these positions are usually very. I'm looking for the right word, like energy consuming. So I
Yes.
see it, and maybe I don't make this move, but I have to calculate it, and then next move again, I have to calculate it. So
yeah. And maybe the brain also is
you're getting tired.
yeah, it doesn't like the tension and
Brain doesn't like thinking. That I can tell you for sure. My brain for sure. That's guaranteed. And then I'm checking board 5, and I barely recognize the position. I thought we had something different. So coming back to all French derby between Paul Veltan and Jules Moussard. Remember, knight on d8.
yes.
And white just took on b7 without hesitation. Puts the bishop on g2, knight f6, d5, rook d8, rook c1. Interestingly, I would think like this is, just equal and nothing to talk about. Computer likes white quite a bit, gives almost half a pawn advantage, and moreover suggests that black has to take on d5 with the pawn. The move I would not seriously consider. And when I'm asking,
Yes.
what, dear computer, what happens if I take with the knight? It's laughing at me and says that then white can take on c8, rook c8, and go queen a6. And this is hanging. And after knight d6, I'm asking the computer. And then it turns out white is winning. e4.
It has to attack the queen.
Yeah, and then if knight moves away e5 and he wins,
Yeah.
he has to attack the queen with knight c7, and then white takes on
pawn.
a7, and it's much, much better. So it's very easy, like this absolutely innocent position, everything symmetrical, and then you play one stupid move, and all of a sudden you're in a big, big trouble. And again, it's especially like playing second round of the day, some people tend to think, okay, because I mean at the very beginning your opponent plays something quite challenging, gets the knight on d6, so you're a little bit worried, and then if you get a symmetrical position you think, okay, maybe he wants a draw. I will not say, I'll just exchange everything. This is a very dangerous way of thinking. Like at the moment you relax and think, okay, maybe he wants a draw, this is where you get in trouble.
Yeah.
So rook d8, rook c1. What happens if black first takes on c1, rook c1, and again, computer says ed5, knight d5 is bad again. This time because of knight d4, and then the knight is going here. So this position...
And also taking the knight maybe with the bishop, or no?
Here?
Yes, no.
Like for now he wants this. Yeah, if you move the rook away, not to get into fork. Yes, taking on d5 is a good idea, but for now, knight c5 is also bad because of queen c2. Yeah, it's incredible because I'm looking at this position and I'm trying to find the reason not to play ed5, because kind of my human brain understands this is isolated pawn and this is unpleasant and so on and so on. So I'm looking for reasons not to do it, but whenever I try something else, it ends up being even worse. So maybe he will have to just take on d5 and play this. That means he didn't equalize.
Yeah.
Okay, checking what else do we have. Michalewski with Luca Maroni, nothing changed much. I think we go to this one, Gurel against Bharat, the original game with, you know, early moves of the h pawn. So what was it? Board what? Board 7, I think. Yeah, this is board 7. So after h6, white went queen g4, castle, castle, bishop e7, queen g3, d5. So here, I really want to play e5 somehow. To say that, yeah, like you have double pawns and I don't want to exchange.
And playing d3.
Yeah, playing d3 is of course possible as well. With a little trick that we first will take on h6 if black takes on e4. Yeah, no, d3 is normal. So the thing with d3 that black has bishop h4 first, attacking the queen, and we have to leave the g file, and this is something that I don't really like.
Yeah.
After queen h2 already he can take here, which is playable, but maybe not ideal.
Okay.
Such a slow run. It feels so slow.
Yes.
I don't know why, but second round of today feels so
Yeah, I
slow.
Coffee for all the players and for
Coffee
us.
for all the players and for us, yes.
Yeah.
And in fact, already like almost 1 hour, more than 1 hour of the round
Yeah.
has passed, and I'm yet to see like something super exciting position. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, okay, there is something.
Oh, that's a sacrifice?
Yeah, something very like unusual, I want to say. I don't know which board is that. It's Volodar Murzin, board 11. Yeah, board 11 against Philip Bo Olsen. And this is some long theoretical Sicilian line. So the knight with bishop c4, so-called Sozin attack in the Sicilian. b5, a3, bishop e7, queen f3, c7, bishop e3, castles, g4.
Aggressive.
Very aggressive, and also, as far as I know, playing bishop b7 in the Sozin usually is not a great idea. Why is that? Because like white's bishop and the knight attack e6.
It can be some sacrifice.
And very often, yeah, there is some sacrifice like bishop e6 then knight e6 or vice versa. And in our game we might actually see this. So g5, knight to d7, g6. And the point is, yeah, well, also nice highlight that you see Murzin practically didn't spend time, so he knew, if not the sacrifice, but at least like the position a couple of moves before. And his opponent spent quite a lot of time. So the idea of g6, okay, if you take here, I'm guessing...
Bishop takes e6.
Yeah, bishop e6, we just win the pawn back, but I'm trying to get more with, maybe with knight e6. Which is tricky though, because there is queen c3, funny move.
Check.
So my idea was, yeah, you take my queen, I'll take your queen with a check, and then take the rook, yeah. But black has queen to c3 first, and then rook to f3. However, white is probably still better after knight g5. But even my knight e6 is not the best. The best is simple queen h3, after which white is completely winning.
Yeah.
So that's one line, and the other line, if he takes with the h pawn, and now we shine with knight takes e6. Pawn takes, bishop takes, and the check from h3, and this is a checkmate.
Oh my god.
Checkmate in what, 17 moves?
Yeah, of course he will not take the pawn then.
He will not take the pawn, but even if he doesn't take the pawn, the position is already very unpleasant, because what computer recommends, for instance, is to go knight e5.
Check.
And then white takes on f7, rook f7, and queen to g3 or h3, well, g3. And e6 is hanging 2 times, so it's impossible to protect. And it gives something like that as the line: knight to c4, knight to e6, attacking the queen c8, knight g5.
Attacking the rook.
Yeah, bishop g5, bishop g5 plus 2.5. So white is absolutely dominant.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, so this is what happens when you play the Sicilian and you do not know your lines by heart.
So Volodar Mursin will win maybe this game.
Yeah, looks like very, very well positioned to simply win it, and also win it very, very fast.
Very convenient for today to win fast.
Yeah, that's true. That's the best you can imagine, right? Like to win and also to do it fast. To win and also to do it fast. Ooh, what else do we check? Van Forest, maybe? Jordan Van Forest. On board, I'm not sure, 9. It's a King's Indian in Van Forest's game, and some very unusual move from his opponent, bishop to e3.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I've seen bishop e3. Like a lot of people play bishop e2, bishop e3 with the knight on g1, but that's understandable. Or h3 and then bishop e3. But like this allows knight g4, h6, and interestingly he goes back to f6. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know, because look, this is strange. So that means if, let's say, I go to g5
Directly?
here, h6, bishop h4, and black says, you know, play another move. I don't care.
Yeah.
So this is very strange. So bishop h4, he goes knight f6, and he's fine with it. I'm so surprised.
And he played very fast.
Yeah.
Look, Ben Ari is already 40 minutes. I think it's the lowest right now in the time.
Yeah, probably in the whole playing hall. Yeah, in the whole round, like having 40 minutes is really surprising. And Van Forest just plays like blitzes almost. G5, knight h5. What's going on? C5 takes on g3, goes e6, e takes, check, and king f1. So the idea of bishop d1, which might seem like a strange looking move, the idea is to put the bishop on c2. So white doesn't want to castle, and the reason for that, if you castle long, it's a little risky because there is a dark square bishop, right? And if you castle short, it's not bad, but
the rook is better in h.
Yeah, you have the h file for the rook, and you would prefer to keep it on the h file. So that's why bishop d1, and he's not scared of check king f1. So the king is relatively safe. He'll play bishop c2 and use the rook on the h file.
We already saw one game of Van Forest playing fast and losing in the...
Yeah.
So
right, you are. So it was first round. Somehow he was, I don't know what was happening, and very quickly got into suspicious position, which was probably possible to save. And then he was playing fast and also somewhat bad.
Yes. Yeah. Like there we can see Van Forest, and I like his shirt. I like the patterns.
Chess themed
yeah,
t-shirt,
but I really did weird. Yes, I like it. Yeah.
Is it from... Yeah, look, and it doesn't look like, this branded from some of the tournaments.
No.
It's probably some chess design.
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed. Nice looking. Checking if we have any updates on the top boards. Not really. Not really. The game's developing.
Maybe we watch the streamers.
Yeah, let's watch the streamers, to check the streamers' games one more time, and then maybe we will run away to get the coffee or,
Yes.
or whatever else.
The coffee. Like,
The coffee. Okay. Let's say it will be the coffee. We will not tell our viewers what in reality what we will be drinking. It could be tea, Okay, and I start with Alexandra. Alexandra Botes against Alexander Becker. Oh, Becker with white against Botes. So f7, f6, knight went to d3. And she didn't play e5 immediately. She played a5. Fine. c6, c4. But somehow the longer you delay e5, the harder it is to play. Because now e5 is already like c takes, c takes. You probably lose this guy. Or even if you don't, somehow the center is kind of nice looking, but at the same time, who knows, maybe you lose one of these pawns. Computer says knight e5 and white just wins the pawn this way. Then can support it with f4. Maybe, you know what, now I'm thinking, could it be that she'll play f5? Not immediately, but kind of the structure. So then you don't care, okay, you played f6, but then because f5 is not impossible in this kind of structures. So the knight is kept on e4. Because otherwise it's not clear. A computer recommends bishop to e6.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Bishop e6, knight c3, and some knight a6 just to develop this way. Maybe later put the bishop on f7.
Yeah, changing the plans, because usually some attacking the king's side, but
yeah, here it's more like you have to control the center and fight for the center, it seems. Well, so overall decent position, and the only source of worry would be that 48 minutes after only 10 moves. So if she continues with such a pace, you know, it will be time trouble very, very quickly. So it's better to find the plan and then just speed up a little bit.
it's dangerous because they are playing the first place probably. I know we are.
Yeah, like leading the tournament, and yeah, the least you want is to have a time trouble after, say, 20 moves in this very important game. Yeah, and for Andrea against Oyvind Jakobsen, Andrea is also, it's exactly the same amount of time she has. I don't know what's going on, but she's also on 48 minutes, Andrea. And Andrea went for something very aggressive. I don't know, why would you do this? e4 takes knight d e5, knight g6, b5 takes a6. I think rook takes, because you want the bishop to protect c6 and also the pawn on e4. And I'm sorry, but I don't see the way for white to win the pawn back, because your bishop is hanging. Taking on g6, black just takes back.
Yeah, and it helps, I think, to the defense too.
So the king will be very safe after this exchange, and after rook e1, there is knight d5, connected with f5 idea, and there is also queen a8.
And knight d5 is a little bit annoying too.
Absolutely, no. After knight d5, I'm actually thinking black might be much better. So bishop d2, if you play, then it's f5, and the knight on g3 is kind of cut off. So it feels like Andrea misplayed the position quite a bit. Probably too aggressive. This whole e4 thing seems to be a little too aggressive, because if anything, you could play knight e5 and then prepare and then go e4 in the right moment.
Yeah.
But still, nothing is. It's not like it's lost for the B tournament standards, for sure. Anything can happen. But already some kind of worrisome signs.
And what did Ivalvari say?
Minus 1.3. She's down a pawn, and computer can calculate, count pawns and say, yes, you're a pawn down. Minus 1.4 now. So not very pleasant. Alexandra made a move, and it is bishop to f5. And bishop to f5 somehow is disliked by computer.
I also don't like too much that.
But you know why? It wouldn't be so bad, but there is a specific reason. So c takes, and then knight f4. And the reason is that this pawn is hanging with the idea of bishop c4. Yeah, like if you say
Oh.
play knight c6, yeah, it's just knight takes d5 and queen d5, bishop c4.
Now we would like a bishop
On
on
e6, yeah,
e6.
exactly. It was the same position with the bishop on e6. Bishop just goes to f7, and it's
And
very
then
solid.
prepare e5.
E5, yep.
Yeah.
And also with the bishop on f5, let's say your bishop is on c8. It's not very pleasant, but you could have gone e6 with the bishop on c8. So at least the pawn is safe. Now with the bishop on f5 after e6, black bishop is in a big danger. And after this, there'd be like some crazy complications. Knight takes d5. If you take with the pawn, white takes here. If you take with the queen, white has bishop c4 intermediate move and then take on 5. So, well, let's see. Her opponent might not find it. Even if he does, it's not the end of the world. The game would continue, but yeah, some dangers. Some dangers for both sisters.
Maybe sack?
Yeah, Zach's game, I'm bringing it up now. Here, just a few moves were played. The bishop e2, castled both, h6, b4, a6, and he's thinking. And he's playing with some very young guy, it seems.
Yeah, a German.
I don't know, well, 13 years, something like that.
I will check that.
Maybe even younger. I've actually didn't do my homework as the commentator.
Okay, he born in the 2008.
2008.
So that
So
means
not that young. It just looks like really as a kid, but 2008, it's almost, it's what? It's 16. 16. Well,
16.
that's
Still 16.
right. So what I wanted to say, I didn't check who's the youngest player in the tournament. We will have to do it at some point. The youngest player, the oldest player.
Yeah. And also, maybe we can see how the players are doing in the tournament. If they are losing rating, they are getting. Yeah.
But for now, I think we can say the opening stage is over practically in every game. So it's a middle game time. Players tend to spend a lot of time on the clock looking for plans, looking for some tactics. So this is our coffee break.
Yes.
And during this coffee break time, you will have some clip about the venue of the tournament, the hotel where we are all staying and the hotel where the tournament takes place.
Maybe
And we will
interviews.
Yep, and we will be back right after. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to round 5. And yeah, it was a bit of a longer break, so good news and bad news. Yeah, bad news, you haven't seen us for a very long time.
No.
But good news is that the game's developed and now we've got some stuff to talk about. And I'm not even sure where to start, because first of all, like, the leaders' games are shaping up, and let's say Fedoseev, I'm sure he has a big advantage. Also, Andrea is no longer in trouble. I think
No?
she equalized,
Oh,
or maybe
I'm
her
excited
opponent
to
made a
see her
mistake.
game too.
Yeah, so we will check everything one by one. No results on the top boards, and
There is no? Oh, no.
yeah, there have been like some draw in the middle of the table. That's the only one that I've seen. So for Fedoseev's game, that's the current position, and Black's isolated pawn on d5 is only getting worse. So White doubled the rooks on the d file. Now Knight will go to f4.
And Knight has the g6 square.
Yeah, the
maybe
g6 square
is a little
potentially.
bit weak. Yes.
Well, I think ideally what White wants is to put the knight on f4, move the queen away, and then play h5. So that the pawn structure is fixed, you know, like everything is weak, and it will be very hard for Black to keep the position. Even if objectively, like, okay, let's say a6, I don't know why a6, just some random move. Knight f4, queen goes, and then let's say White goes queen. Computer already says knight g6 wins material. Like takes here, queen, don't know. Queen f7, we trade and win a pawn.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard. So somehow from having like just a marginal advantage, Black played f5, knight e2, bishop d6. So somewhere here, like Black wasted so much time that allowed Fedoseev to build quite a serious initiative. Knight e2, no, a6 is my analysis, it doesn't matter. Pichot is playing very good, what can I say, in this tournament and in this game as well. However, I haven't seen his last move, rook e1, which seems like a bit of a slowdown. You were right when you said that White's position is attractive. I was thinking Black should have no problem, but somehow f4 and f5 was very, very clever. That's what he has done. After king h7, apparently knight d5 would be strong. He didn't play it. Knight d5, e5, but one has to see that after bishop b2, White has a very strong move, rook a4, and then to f4 or g4 or h4. So using the third rank is very common, but using the fourth rank is not, and maybe he missed the entire idea of lifting the rook to the fourth rank and then switching to h4.
Here White has more space, right?
Well, yeah, no, but also I think like simply the king is in a big danger. Like rook h4, it will be very hard to protect the king as well. So he went with a little bit slower move, rook a to e1, which is once again very logical, just bringing the rook in the center. But maybe will let Black to defend a little bit better. Still, White has the advantage. On board 3, Darda against Khan Ergdogmush. This very symmetrical position, and nothing changed. It was symmetrical and equal, and it is symmetrical and equal. Rook d8. So the only, wait a second, the only thing was here. So in order to get a little bit more complex position,
E4.
You can play e4, right? So you give your opponent the passed pawn, but you get the majority on the king side. And these are usually much trickier. And when he played knight e4, so again, sooner or later Black will be able to just take on e3, rook e3, bishop e6, something like that. So this doesn't look any promising, very likely a draw. However, now that I'm checking, white only has 24 minutes.
Yes.
I don't know what he's thinking
Yeah,
about.
he spent so much time.
He spent like enormous amount of time specifically for this position. Like the position is not, let's say, something new. It's not too
It's not very
complicated.
complex, yes.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden he spent so much time. Well, maybe now with queen c5 he's trying to simplify a little bit, and yeah, if queens are traded, maybe it's not so bad for white. b6 is given by computer, and then if the knight goes away, it's some knight e5. Actually, black can fight for initiative like this.
Black can push the pawn on d3.
Maybe push the pawn on d3. Yes. So what computer is doing? It goes bishop e4 or bishop b5, and in both cases, white takes. He goes here, and e takes, c takes, something like that. And I don't know why computer gives black a slight plus, and I would think this has to be equal. So black gets the pawn on d3 and protects it with the bishop, but also white's bishop on c6 is very strong, can be supported with the pawn.
And a5 is not possible because b5. Right?
Yeah, a5, b5, and this is potentially dangerous. If you ever lose this pawn, then white will simply push the pawns forward. Anyway, I still think that this has to be equal with the precise play. So let's move on to Chigayev Sonis on board 4, one of the games between two grandmasters. So some stuff is happening here. Knight a6, queen b1, bishop d6. White very quickly went for e4, opening everything up. E d5, knight b4. And now, according to the computer suggestion, a3, knight takes d5, and knight d to c4 will be somewhat better for white. Again, it's very hard for me to tell what exactly is going on without too much calculation. Maybe bishop back to c8 is a reasonable move. Takes on c5, and now I would like to take on c5 with the bishop. But then knight d3 happens, and I will have to exchange the bishop for a knight. Because bishop f8, there is knight a5, yeah, discovered attack. So what computer is giving after dc5 is bc5, and then says probably that white has the better structure and so on. It shouldn't be that much for white with all the black pieces being active, but still some advantage.
And both players spent
quite some time.
Yeah.
So this is one of those games, like again, slowly they will be like one guy spends 10 minutes in the reply move, the other guy spends 10 minutes, and then after 20 moves, 25 moves, they could be in a time trouble, both of them. Yeah. Then what else? If we move to board 5.
The French battle.
Yeah, the French battle.
Yes.
After rook ac1, e d5 indeed was played. Not very pleasant move to do, but it was played, and something like that is happening. White just went queen f5, trying to exchange the queens. So now if you take f5, knight f5, rook e2, what happens?
He's playing
what
the
happens?
knight.
What happens? Yeah, what happens? It's before. He plays knight e6, which is the best move according to computer. Knight e6, and white's advantage is like absolutely minimal. In case of knight e6, queen takes, interestingly, not the pawn takes, because pawn takes, queen e5, which probably still a draw. Like you can trade and go rook c8, rook c8, queen c8. If bishop h3, you have king f7. Yeah. So this one is solid. And again, could you please remind me how many boards we have with 3.5?
We have 8 boards.
8 boards with
yes.
involving players on 3.5. Yes.
Yeah.
So board 6, Michalewski with white against Luca Moroni. here, same situation, 40 minutes roughly for each player, and not a lot of moves played. And here Michalewski started to do something really weird. So here he couldn't find like a reasonable plan, so decided to go g4, maybe expanding on the king side. And Luka said, you know what, I can also attack on the king side, and went knight d7 and f5. Knight h2, knight to c4, knight e2, and queen to e8. So knight on c4 will go to d6 if needed. It's important for black to control the e4 square. And somehow it's really awkward for white. I'm not sure how to play this position. Suggests b3. And after b3, not even to d6, but to a3. Knight a3. I don't know what it does, but maybe it's not a bad place for this knight. I would probably go knight
A3,
d6.
yeah.
Yeah, like a3, I understand it's safe here. It will not get trapped because there is no piece to attack it. But also what does it do
Yeah,
on
it
a3?
looks
It's
like
not
out
clear.
of the board.
What does it do on a3 is also not clear. So let's say knight d6. And then even some g5s. In some cases looks promising for Luka, this one. Move 16 and 40 minutes for, less than 40 minutes for each player. So again, can have a time trouble at some point.
Yeah.
So slowly developing. On board 7 again are players with 3.5, and here absolutely equal position according to computer. Black has a little bit more space. This is the one which started with like early h4, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, but somehow it looked very original, let's say here, but then it normalized a lot. So queen g3, d5 exchanged, and then they've exchanged the bishops.
Yeah, he didn't find a way to
use this
yes.
h-pawn, yeah. So bishop f3, bishop e6, rook c1, a5. I guess if you take on b7, it's always rook b8, rook b2.
activating the yeah.
So white went a4, c6, rook e1. And if anything, it's black who can be better potentially, like pushing the b pawn, right? You cannot do it right now, but at some point. But also white controls the e file.
Maybe playing rook e2, rook e1.
Yeah, you can rook e2, you also can go like rook e5.
I don't know.
Yeah, bishop g4 is not bad idea at all. Just double on the e file, then go bishop g4. But it's also hard to imagine how exactly black can get worse, right? So black just plays rook e8, kills bishop d7, starts trading. So this looks again very equalish. Shevchenko's game looks very promising for white. Kirill Shevchenko against Eray Kilic. Eray Kilic is also on 2.5, young Turkish guy. Shevchenko is already on 3, right? So Eray Kilic on 3.5,
yes,
Shevchenko on 3 points.
He's one of the players lost one of the rounds.
So here he went for this knight d2 pawn sacrifice, Kirill Shevchenko. Knight takes, pawn takes, knight to c4, d3, rook c1, rook v8, b4, restricting the knight. And then black went for knight c7, knight d5, b6. So white, what he wanted, could take the pawn on d5. But then apparently...
The bishop is...
Yeah, like the bishop is too strong. To h3, to e6, to b7, to a6 sometimes, yes. Yeah. So you don't want to take this guy. Instead he went queen b3. Planning to double, planning to maybe go knight e3. It's still very unpleasant position for black.
Yeah.
This one, white is definitely better.
And which one is the game they push the pawn on It was on b3 or g6. Remember?
Which one? No. Ah, g6 with white. You mean it was? Is that the one?
I don't remember. Let me find it here. The sacrifice, either if he takes with the f pawn or h pawn.
Yeah,
Yes.
I have it. So it's Murzin against Philip Olsen. Murzin is completely winning because after g6, black couldn't find. He could stay in the game, if you remember, like with some knight e5 or something. He played knight c5, takes on f7, rook f7, and then white kind of sacrifices the queen, but temporarily, of course. Check on c7, knight b3, a b3, and the rook is trapped because bishop controls a7. So rook e3, pawn takes, rook a7. Here, like anything was winning. Castle long is good enough. Bishop c6, knight d5, bishop g5, h4, b4. Everything's falling apart. +4.
+4.
Yeah. This rook to f1, the other rook to c1. Get on the 8th rank, and he's up an exchange and also has an attack on the black king. So this g6 on move 13 is pretty much won him the game.
Yeah. Well done for seeing all of that.
Yeah. I mean, he was considered to be like one of the biggest talents in Russia, and then he somehow slowed down, stagnated, so he's over 18 already, but still 26, 30 is not a bad rating to have.
No.
Not a bad rating to have for sure. So yeah, I mean the game is technically in progress, but white's completely winning. It's one of the few games that we have that is decided in such an early stage of the round. Let's maybe check the streamers. What do you think?
Please.
If there is any development, because Andrea, I was checking during the break. Andrea managed to kind of escape this relatively difficult position. I think I'll start with her game. By the way, maybe again it's changed. No, now she's actually slightly better. So what we've seen was this ba6, rook a6, and she played bishop g5, which was not bad. Black had to go knight d5 nonetheless, but he didn't. He captured on e5, and all of a sudden white is doing okay. Knight e4, everything's equal. There is potentially a square on d6.
Right.
Very nice. Bishop c6, and now queen e2 or queen d4 attacking this guy has to be played. So the only worry that I have, again, like Andrea is down to less than half an hour, and knowing how she likes to think in classical, the previous game she played very fast.
Yeah.
Now she's back.
Sacrifice.
Yeah, now she's back to kind of spending a lot of time. Now, previous game she was winning this rook endgame, but then somehow couldn't convert. Couldn't convert it, and here. Yeah, still, you have to play good moves, like queen d4, knight d6, I think, and maybe you're winning the c4 pawn at the end. The queen d4 computer gives rook a8, targeting this, yeah. So at least she's no longer worse here. Wait a second. She can also, like, knowing how she likes to attack, she can also try something like that. Just go with the...
I just thought in something very crazy. Bring the queen on h5, the rook on d1, and then sacrifice the rook to then sacrifice the knight.
Yeah. Okay, let's show this line. I mean, how it happens like that.
Yeah.
Actually, bishop a4 might not be... Okay, let's pretend black does something irrelevant, and then we take here. Why doesn't it work? I don't understand. No. It doesn't work for whatever reason. Because king f8. Okay, this is tricky. So what we wanted was this, right? And this, but somehow it didn't work.
In a perfect
In the perfect world, it's working, yeah. Okay, we can, of course, Queen h5. Yes, you know her very well. Queen h5. But realistically, what black is going to do, because it's cool to be a computer and say, you know what, there is no checkmate, but normally if I see Queen h5, I'm tempted to react in some
Yeah,
way.
maybe
So
play
maybe
like
h6 or
h6,
yeah,
yes.
like g6, you're creating more kind of dark
Terrible.
square weaknesses.
And then I sacrifice the rook on d6 and put my knight on f6.
Yeah. So after h6, it's actually hard to get any meaningful attack here after h6. Maybe we do the same. We go here, here. Let's just sacrifice everything. No, this is nonsense.
No,
this
it's
is
not
nonsense. It turns out knight f6. It just takes everything.
Yeah.
I was thinking we take here, threatening checkmate. He takes, we are taking here, threatening checkmate and the queen, and it's all right, but there is queen
There
f3.
is no check. No. Yeah.
Yeah, and we couldn't, somehow nothing works. Like if, let's say, if black just passes, I think rook d5 should, I don't know why, but it never works.
Yeah.
Check, g takes, queen h6, because of 5.
Close.
I was thinking here at least I'm winning, but now there's a 5.
If you go back a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah, no.
So h6. What do we do? Almost like tempted. Because I don't like what computer is doing. Computer is coming back to e2, but then this move will never be played, I'm sure.
And something crazy like f4 is too much.
f4, probably this?
Yes.
Probably
Leave this
this.
square. Yeah.
And again, like if black was forced to take, let's say, take on c2 and after knight f6, take on f6, then we are, even then we are not. What's going on? There is king h7. Okay. There is king h7.
We want to make it work, but no.
Yeah, but somehow it doesn't.
Yes.
It doesn't work. So maybe she will have to change her mind and just go queen e2 and play slower. You know what? We can try this and then f4.
Yeah.
So if black takes, okay, computer says exchange, but we will keep, we'll keep the bishop, and then after say bishop c6 f4. Okay, this looks like an attack. I don't know. Maybe this doesn't work as well, but then we just give up. But this looks like a reasonable attack. f5, f6, or knight f6. Yeah.
The rook is joining
everything. Rook f3, right?
Yes.
Yeah, this is very likely how the game is going to go. And let's check Alexandra.
Yeah.
The older sister, who is, once again, a reminder, leading the tournament, the B tournament, with 4 out of 4. There was a tense moment in the game after bishop f5, where allegedly white could get an advantage after exchanging going knight f4, but this did not happen. So instead white went very modest move, knight d2, bishop h6. Not sure what I feel about this one, but white went f4, after which she exchanged, went here, went here. Now it's very, very solid, everything. Bishop on b2 is not great. Bishop on d3 is also tricky.
There is no knights.
There is no knights.
There is the knight of Alexandra. So, but how we can,
get it on e4, but then white is exchanging.
Yeah.
It's a strange position where, like, somehow to really have a good position with black, you have to exchange this bishop for this bishop. I don't know how it's possible. And then you get the knight on e4 against the bishop on b2. So in some, like, imaginary, in a fantasy world, it can happen. But I think it should be like roughly equal. Computer also suggests some annoying moves like g4 here. Because if you take, I think, queen g2...
And bishop is play.
Yeah, who knows, maybe even like e4 later, then rook e1, e4, so after g4 I think it's better not to take, but just to play knight d7. So not an easy...
I was curious how much is the first price like for the B group, and it's $1,500 euros. Sorry.
So anyway, it's kind of the main money is in the A group,
it's
right?
10,000. It's huge.
This is a serious prize money for the Open tournament, and of course, like the closer we get to the final rounds, and not only rating points, norms, but also the prices will like be on players' mind.
Yeah.
I think this is some games. I'm just checking random positions that I have on, in the broadcast, and there are some really nice looking games. Like for instance, this one is already finished, and White is up 5 points. I don't know where it comes from, but that's a nice game.
Ferraro Luca.
Yeah, or this one finished with a checkmate.
Oh, so
this
sweet.
Yeah, but I think this is from the B tournament. Some games from the B tournament. So since we were checking the streamers' games, let's check Zachary as well. Zachary against Johannes Semling. Here we seen something like that. A5, bishop a5, bishop b5, queen a5. And he exchanged the queens. I mean, he shouldn't have had. Somehow it's getting easier and easier to play for black. So now, for instance...
Yeah, that h3 I didn't like it too much.
h3 is a little bit slowish.
Yeah.
But it's already, let's say a2 is as weak as b7. Let's agree. Like if black wins a2, probably white wins b7 at some point. But white's d4 is kind of also lacks protection. And, knight f5 can happen, knight c6.
Yeah, in these positions, white has to be aggressive. Maybe exchanging the queen is not a very good idea.
Absolutely, absolutely. So here, I'm not sure about b4, but let's accept that b4 was played. But the whole thing with b5 is...
What I know in this line, like the main ideas, because white has spaces b4 and g4. So
from both sides, stopping the knight from appearing on f5, and even like maybe attacking here. Yeah.
If black castles, I consider g4, or some attacking. Yes.
Right. So anyway, the game's not over, but it will be hard for Zach to fight it back. Oh, okay, I found ourselves an entertaining game from the guy whom we actually seen playing on the top boards, Alexander Kaczmarek from Poland against Tamer Tariq Selber.
What board is this?
It's closer to the lower boards.
Wait. No.
It should be players with, I don't know, 50% maybe.
Yeah.
2 points. Poland, you can find a Polish flag for white. Now, I'm just saying the position is funny.
Okay.
I'm not saying we necessarily have to visit the game. It's just that, like black king in such a danger that white is probably just winning. How to defend, like queen g4 and so on. So not everyone is playing Carlsbad or some, slow positional chess. Some people attacking like there is no tomorrow.
Yeah, I like these people.
Yeah, specifically for this round, where like
Energy.
Yeah, some people still, yeah, that's amazing that some people still have the energy to kind of attack and play aggressive chess. All right, I'm coming all the way back to the top boards. Again, let me check if there is anything funny going on. Jordan van Forest. It's not like the top boards, but let's check Jordan van Forest. It's somewhere around board what? Board 9, I guess?
Yeah, he was one of the favorites. It's the board 9, yes.
Board 9, yeah. So Jordan van Forest was one of the favorites. He lost in round 1, and then he won 3 in a row. So he's back in the...
And what is going on?
Yes, exactly. That's why I made this sound. 2 minutes for white. 2 minutes.
Hey, what move we are?
24.
Wow.
Move 24. But surprising is not only that white has 2 minutes, that Jordan has more than 1 hour in the position that he cannot be possibly familiar with. So he's just playing fast, as we were telling our viewers. But this time he's playing fast and strong, it seems.
Yeah.
Knight h2, bishop d3. Okay, not convincing, the whole maneuver. So it was bishop e2, d1, c2, d3.
Yeah,
he could play bishop d3 in one move.
Yes, he lost like 3
tempos. 4 tempi, yeah. King g1, rook c1, somehow. Like, looking at this position, one would say it was better to castle short, right?
Yes.
Now the rook on h1 doesn't matter.
It looks funny there, yes.
Yeah. 8-3. And he didn't take. I'm surprised. Jordan went queen a5, which is still much better for black. Simply because, like, everything is in black's favor. Black has the e file. Oops, that's not the e file. Okay, this is the e file. Black has the very strong dark square bishop.
I'm just thinking maybe he just wanted to move the knight and try to exchange everything and then checkmate.
Checkmate.
No, it's not checkmate.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I mean, there are some ideas on the last rank, of course. Now, I understand why he plays. Like, if he takes on a3, then there is c takes b5, and maybe he just thought, okay, let's keep the position as it is. C b5, a b5. It doesn't really help white. Black's position is still close to winning. Maybe the easiest explanation would be that now, like, the main thing is happening on the queen side, and white is kind of a rook down. Rook on h1 is not taking part in the game.
We were thinking the rook will be attacking, but it's
yeah,
not
it
happening.
never happened. Yeah. Seconds on the clock.
Less
than 1 minute. Yeah, less than 1 minute. Time to play a move, maybe.
And after this round, Jordan is completely back.
Yeah, if Jordan wins 4 out of 5, he's like really back to the leading group. 4 out of 5 is a very good score.
Yeah, he already played b4.
b4, I don't even know what it means. Queen a3, I'm guessing. And then, in case of this captured queen c, yeah, it's just like everything falls apart for white. Because the moment some pieces are exchanging, white will be left with the rook on h1 against something in the center, and this is how Van Forest wins.
His opponent, Ben Ari, is an international master of with 2436 rating. So
from Israel as well,
yes,
right?
from Israel. Yes.
Right. After b4, Van Forest took the pawn, which is also very strong.
He's playing really fast.
AB, queen b4. So now rook, I'm not even sure, like, you have to go rook b1, and black goes queen a5. After knight b5 can take the pawn, can go rook e1. Yeah. Completely winning.
Yeah, that rook is a
Yeah,
disaster.
he's playing, yeah, exactly. He's kind of playing a rook down simply. And this is what is very likely to happen after rook b1. Queen a5 is not a hard move to play. Queen c5 also works, I'm guessing. Yeah, queen c5 is also +4. Queen a5 is plus, well, same, +4 for black. So black is winning. Strangely, a very easy game for one Forest.
Queen c5.
Queen c5 he played. Okay. Queen c5.
Yeah, March is saying Jordan has a really cool shirt.
Yeah, we
But
discussed it.
Yeah, it's
right?
really
So-
nice. I like the patterns and some rear. I don't know what is that.
Yeah, it's like well, chessboard pretty much, and then some, I don't know, not even the
Architecture
pieces.
of
Yeah,
something.
yeah, not even the chess pieces, but we will have to ask him to show the chart on stream. You know. Shall we, like, now we are in this, you know, tricky situation that technically his opponent is in time trouble and the game can be finished anytime soon. But on the other hand, one force is on 1 hour. So if he decides to think, okay, we can wait for the next few moves.
I don't think he will spend too much time thinking. He looks very confident, and also he plays very fast. So
Yeah, so we could stay with this game then. White would love to spend some time. He doesn't have it though. Well, and knight b5 is played, and knight b5, I don't even know. It looks like,
with 3 seconds on the clock.
so rook, queen c2, bishop c2, bishop b5, rook b5, check on e1, knight f1, knight g4. This is what computer's giving.
Annoying the king.
Yeah, and you cannot play f3 because bishop d4 is a checkmate,
And you
right?
cannot play
Rook
king
is-
h2 neither.
rook is stuck. If you play rook b4, now rook a1 is happening. And now if bishop d3, f5. This is a beautiful picture, by the way. f5, and if I go f3, knight
Bishop.
d3. Now bishop d4, there is
It doesn't
rook
work?
d4. Now the rook controls d4,
yes.
but knight e3 works. Somehow I don't understand why it's so much. Why it's +4? Because some crazy checkmates. Checking e1, bishop c3.
Very nice.
All right. Now I mean he's winning for sure. It's just that how exactly?
He's playing.
Yeah, he is exchanging the queens. Okay. Takes. And now bishop b5 is of course very natural. So probably should do this. And then the key is to play knight g4, right? Not to let white kind of get the king out. Because white might be hoping to play f3 and then king h2 and somehow survive in the game for a little bit longer. And then he fell asleep. You see? He knows the position is winning, he knows we are watching him, and he fell asleep.
Taking a nap.
Yeah. Why not to think? Yeah, he has all the reasons to think a little bit more with 1 hour and a clock.
Yeah.
So we give him what? Exactly 1 minute. If he doesn't play in 1 minute, we will have to move on.
Yeah. Yeah.
We will have to move on because quite a few other games develop. I mean, seen more moves, and
And we
will
don't have
to
a.
check.
We have a result.
Which one?
Mursin Polodar. He won.
Murzin won. Yes.
Yes.
But that was kind of. I actually did.
Yeah,
They didn't play a single move after this. Like we've seen this position,
Yes.
and they didn't play a single move, which is understandable. Yeah. So Morzin wins, but he's on. I remember 2.5. Sorry, 3.5 now after this win. So it's not as. Or
no,
maybe
he
on.
has 4.
He has 4. He has 4. Yeah,
Yeah.
he was on 3.
Yeah.
And he, unlike Shevchenko or Van Forest, he did not lose Morzin. He made 2 draws.
Yeah.
So undefeated, and also back to the leading group with this victory.
Okay.
So Van Forest still didn't make a move,
Yes.
which means,
He will spend some minutes.
yeah, he probably will spend more time.
Let's see how is Vladimir.
Yeah,
Fedoseev.
board one, Fedoseev. You know what? I'm a little bit surprised. So what happened was King G8, Knight F4, Queen F7, and Fedoseev decided to exchange the queens. And it's not bad, of course, and White is much better, White's probably winning, but without the queen somehow it's a bit easier for Black, because sometimes King can help to protect the pawn or other pawns. It's King F1, King F6, King E2, King to G5. B4 and A6. And
But King G5, there. Oh, yes, no. I was thinking that.
The checkmate.
Yeah, no.
Knight A6, no,
It's
he,
covered.
of course, controls, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking like go here, go here, go here, but you spend 3 moves and he goes King F6, and there's still kind of not much. So A6. White is still better, but he kind of needs to win the game again, pretty much. He's no longer automatically winning.
Something like G3.
Yeah, you can. I mean, it's kind of not easy to say which plan to choose for White. Because you can go F3, maybe you can go G3, but this is like one move and not the plan on how we win. So we attack this pawn 3 times, but Black defends it 3 times with the knight and both rooks.
That's why I was thinking maybe we can build G3, F3, and then E4, maybe.
But then you can play F3 maybe immediately.
But
maybe get the king on G3
yes,
and go,
nice.
because the kind of king in the center, sometimes it's good in the endgame, but if we were planning to open everything, yeah, E4. I like the idea of E4, by the way. So maybe this is what he has to prepare. On board 2, Pichot against Lorenzo Lodici, and somehow Pichot lost all of his advantage. He was much better, we know for sure, on move 16, had he played knight d5. After rook e1, part of the advantage was gone. Queen h3, rook e8, bishop g5 looks clever. Takes, rook e5, and knight e4. Well, actually, before this last move of Black could be even better with d5. Somehow players underestimated this resource. So d5, and then the knight cannot help with the attack. Yeah, it's cut off. It cannot go to e2, cannot go anywhere. So Black played knight to e4. Now White can exchange and play bishop d2, let's say. But somehow the attack sort of died, right? f6. There is always queen h3, yeah, and then take the bishop. He was playing so well, like previous rounds and also today, and then somehow it's a little bit too slow, this rook e1. So after knight e4, does he have any alternatives? Well, not really, right? Because the g5 bishop is hanging, bishop d4 is a threat. Yes, he has to take. Maybe takes and queen. No. Nonsense. Queen d3. There is
The bishop?
rook d4. Yeah, the rook is hanging, but there is like rook d4. There is queen c6. Okay, if this is, oops.
And queen h after knight takes e4, rook takes and queen h5.
Yep, but also there is another threat, which is check, king goes, and then this,
Oh,
and checkmate on the last board.
but there is queen. No.
Queen f7,
No,
yeah, you
doesn't
can
work.
queen f7, rook f7. It's a check, but then after king g6,
The
everything
bishop is.
is hanging. Yeah, thing is hanging. Okay, that's round 5. But where's my round 5? Thing I've done. No, it's okay. It's back. And he's taking on e4. Yes. He's taking on e4, rook e4. About the time to kind of limit the damage, play some bishop d2 and offer a draw maybe.
Yeah. And both players has 20 something minutes. 21, 29.
This is again relatively early stage of the game, 23 moves. But the position is simplified so much with this exchange that I don't think it will be a big time trouble. After bishop d2, some sort of queen b5. I'm actually worried still. Queen b5. Queen b5 is not good because of f6.
That is the threat. Yeah.
Yeah, bishop d4, king h1, bishop g7 is what computer is doing, which is like super funny. But humans do not play like this. Humans do not play like this. You can probably do. D5 is possible because now f6. Black is happy to take, kill bishop f8. This is actually much better for black. So he has to be super careful. Position is still fine. He's not worse, but needs to kind of concentrate and try to make a draw. What else? Board 3 for the Open A. Board 3 Turkish International Master Kaan Erdogmuş against Daniel Darda. I think, yeah, that's the one. We see it from this camera. Yeah. Also very, very equal. This endgame that we were discussing actually happened. All of it.
Yeah.
Rook d1, rook d6, rook c1. Now white is thinking again. B5. He needs to play b5.
These are very young players.
Darda is also like under 20, right? Or
yeah, he's 18, I think, or maybe 19. But yeah.
So now, if you move the bishop, how bad is it? It's also not bad. Let's say d3. We exchange. From what I know, it's very often that if any side is better, it's white because this pawn could be weak, but
it looks dangerous. But
yeah, but king f1 doesn't work because of d2. This is the trick. And I was thinking king e2, I'm winning the pawn, but then there is a check and f5. So that if I take, it's f4 always. So after f5, I'm kind of not winning the pawn at all. And if I go g3, it's rook d3, king f4, g5, and then takes the bishop.
Chase.
Okay. Yeah. So that's why kind of the safer option would be to go b5, I would guess. In case of a6, we can go a4. In case of bishop b3, now bishop e4 works because the rook is not protected. Now
he played b5.
Yeah, he played b5. Okay. Now I realize there is some pressure on young Turkish player because he's down to 8 minutes.
Oh,
So
yes.
a little bit of a time pressure. And
And
still
what number? What move?
26.
26.
26. Still 14 moves before the extra time added to his clock. So you can easily kind of panic and do something stupid.
Okay. What other game?
I'm checking Chigayev, so we can see his back. We cannot see the position. We can see his back. Slightly more pleasant. Should be closer to a draw, I guess, if black plays all the good moves. But it's not easy. So white has kind of maximum activity of his pieces, like rooks on the good files, queen on f5, bishop on b2.
The bishop is nice.
The bishop is very, very strong, yeah. And the way for black to play would be queen e6, kind of attacking the knight indirectly, where white is forced to trade, it seems. He can try knight f6, white, but then knight takes f6. How is it not better for white? I don't know. Queen c5, there is a check. And then queen b3. Okay, makes sense. Then it's 3 versus 3. That's completely equal.
Draw.
Yeah, so white, in order to play on, will have to take here. Then black takes with the pawn. And something like that happens. Rook b8 and takes on b3. So right, Son is very likely to hold. Wait, so it looked very promising. Like I thought there'll be a lot of results. Now top 4 boards look like a draw. On board 5, the French against French, Paul Veltain against Jules Moussard. Also simplified quite a lot. Here white still has the advantage because of black's isolated pawn, but it's simplified a lot.
He's trying to create something like
Yeah,
if
here you want e4 or no? What do we do with white? Maybe this is a possibility, like to get it to e5 and then take it. Because what Jules is doing is a clever thing. So his rook is active, and whenever white tries to take, it's always e2 is hanging. If e3, rook a2. Okay, this is less convincing. Bishop d5, knight d5, queen d5, and rook a3. Somehow the rook on a3 is getting stuck. Rook c1. No moves for the rook. The rook c7 next move. I'd be very worried. Apparently black is holding with like queen d3. Sorry, queen e6. Anyway, this is simplified. So what move is this? 28? And yeah, these guys have enough time.
yes, they are
These
fine.
guys have enough time. Mikhailevsky maybe on board 6, because this is the game where it's full of pieces and also only 21 move played.
Luca Moroni.
Yeah, Luca is not seated at the board, just made his move number 21. And somewhere here, computer was happy with black's position. Black went on d6, not on a3. g5, f4. Whoa. Bishop takes, pawn takes, rook f2, and rook c8. I don't like what Luca has done, to be honest. Because now, all of a sudden, white gets, squares for all of his pieces. Can get the knight on g3, bring the other rook to f1, and somehow not very clear what to do for black. Like if black okay, after knight f1, for instance, if black takes on e5, there is always d5 and then a bunch of pawns on the king side. Knight g3, you know, it looks really dangerous. Knight g3, knight h5, oops, no, this knight to h5, 6.
And then maybe push the pawn on F5.
Yeah, f5. If you can go f5, you absolutely will play. Yeah. So this is something not to do. Computer suggests that c5 is possible, and then just to move the queen away.
Counterplay.
Yeah, there is some counterplay, but looks like, you know, white's threats are sort of bigger. Knight g3 also says you can actually take the pawn. So something went wrong with Lucas, like last few moves. So knight d6 was okay. After bishop e5, a4, f takes g4. Somehow g5 is something that computer doesn't like. After g5, f4, it's already good for white. But still, it's so many pieces, so complicated. If not, if I would not see the computer evaluation, I would not be able to tell who is better. It's too complex.
And here F5 directly.
To play f5 here?
Yes.
Maybe. Actually, yeah. Let's check with the engine. Is there? No, it's a good move. Bravo, it's a good move. So bishop f7 and then. Strangely, it doesn't move. I would think, yeah, let's keep the bishop on the board, like go bishop g3, but maybe then we don't have squares for other pieces. What it does, computer goes queen b2, and again tries to bring the knight to g3. f5 is definitely a possible move, and this is maybe what makes this position, you know, a bit tricky. That white has a lot of options. Like if it would be one single line that leads to advantage, he would find it. But here, like you can try this, you can try that. Maybe this makes it not very easy. And we were shown Alexandra for a brief moment.
Yes, maybe we can.
Maybe we can check again. I can't find it again for whatever reason. It's on the very end of my list. Whoa.
What happened?
I mean, they're spending crazy amounts of time, and also the position, you would think it didn't change from here, but
You ask how to exchange those pieces?
no, I wanted to exchange the dark square bishop for a light square
Yeah,
bishop to
yeah.
get the knight on e4. No, to exchange dark square bishops is more or less understandable. Why I laughed here is that black doubles on the closed file.
Yes.
And it makes sense, in fact, because after b4, a4, black will have two rooks ready to go, and otherwise it's not clear how white is supposed to break through. So white goes rook b2. Maybe it's finally the time to develop the knight, or start with queen d6, who knows? And then knight d7, knight d7 to f6, and potentially to e4. The computer gives evaluation equal. And yeah, this game very likely to be decided in a time trouble.
Yeah.
Alexandra is down to 16 minutes. And Andrea, the other sister, queen h, what? Queen h5. We said g6 is too scary.
Yes.
No.
Oh.
Turns out it's not.
Okay.
Okay, not for for Andrea's opponent at least. Queen h6 and okay, so there was a specific reason why black played g6, because he was ready to play f5, ef5, knight f6, and f5. I don't know if it's a good move, but it solves this issue of knight f6 threat.
Yeah.
Because if you
We wanted to put the knight there after sacrificing.
Sacrificing on d5, yes. So here ef6, knight f6 no longer have the sacrifice. Here, interestingly, computer likes white a lot and says it was needed to simply exchange and go back to e3, and better pawn structure, and maybe rook b1 one day. So it would be better. Knight g5, rook a5, however, it's much trickier. Because,
And now this is the
yeah, this is the actual position. Knight g4 is a threat, I just realized. Knight g4 attacking the queen, but also attacking the knight with the queen and the rook.
and defending the square. It doesn't stop knight g4.
Ah, yeah, h3, they can still play knight g4, right? Can they? Ah, no, then we take on h7.
Oh, nice.
And we win a pawn like this. Yeah, so maybe we have to go h3. Maybe you have to go h3. Computer says h3, yes. h3, and then the line to play for black would be queen g7. Either kicking the queen away or trading it. So Andrea is down to 10 minutes. This is something.
This is not very good.
And
Oh,
the
they
game
finished.
finished. The game on board 9, Jordan Van Forest. I suppose he has won?
Yes, and they are going to analyze, I think, or something.
Yeah, so Van Forest, let me double check. Yes, Van Forest has won. That's the final position in a game of Jordan Van Forest. White's rook didn't join the game.
No, poor.
Oh no, it's terrible. Like white,
rook.
you almost wish that this rook could not have a single move at all, because then maybe white could play for a stalemate, like get rid of the bishop, get rid of this rook, but then you'll have the move with the rook anyway. So it has to be bishop here, but then it's in a legal position. Yeah, if bishop here,
Yes.
yeah, maybe maybe he could survive. Okay, well played by Van Forest, but honestly, kind of poor game from his opponent. And by move 20, it was clear black was much better. Anyway, nice stuff from Jordan, who is back to being one of the leading spots. Then this is one more game finished. I'm not sure which board is that, like 9 or...
Can we see again the right side? Maybe?
You know what happened? It looks like Nicholas Huschenbert lost yet another game in 24 moves.
Oh my god.
And it's not... Wait, this is...
This is the...
Nicholas Huschenbert, yes, I have like the result already. He lost with white, and he lost like in a devastating manner, simply blundering something. d3. So in a position here, he was in trouble already. In a position here, yeah, he was... When was the last time his position was fine? Aha, bishop d4 here he had to play to block the d-pawn. And after bishop f2 and d4, it turned out that black is almost winning. And the tactic he blundered was bishop f3. So now the queen is overloaded. And after queen f3, queen d4, black not only wins the bishop back, but also wins the rook.
And the knight.
And the knight, yeah, everything.
Yes.
So disastrous day for Huschenbert,
I'm so
losing
sorry.
both
Yeah.
games. This is...
After fighting for so long in the morning round, now he lost.
And in the morning round, like at some point everything was fine. He was well prepared.
Yeah.
And yeah, no,
He changed tactic, I think, like start attacking, and I don't remember. I know, stop attacking.
He got under attack himself at the very end. In that game, he's got under attack himself. So our leaders playing like very solid and playing some long games, but we already have quite a few games that finished, yes. So I'm checking if this one's in progress still. on board 7. We were shown that board 7 was empty, so we don't get the result for this game, Gurel and Bharat, but it looks like it was a draw because
Okay.
the board 7, the table 7 was already empty. I think
But the
probably
clock
agree.
is still running.
Yeah, but that's the PGN thing. It's not. I don't think it's. Okay, well, we'll check later on, right? We'll check later on. So that's something to keep in mind. That on
Yeah.
board 7. it
Maybe
looks
we check Zach because we forgot about.
okay. I'm afraid his position didn't look that great.
Oh,
With the knight on a1, and also in a time trouble. Knight c6. Yeah, the knight which has 0 moves. That suggests that it's not so great. But maybe still can find rook b1, knight b3.
try to.
Yeah, well, you need to join with all the pieces, right? I mean, what else can you do? Rook b1. No, the bad thing is like he definitely didn't know what the plan was in this position, and it's moved 22 for him to play. He's down to 10 minutes, and also like the knight on a1, he might lose. Like even in this line which I'm showing, like black can go rook c4, attack d4, attack a4. It will be tough.
Yeah, it's not very comfortable.
Yeah, somehow. I'm not sure. I mean, my understanding is that it's supposed to be good for white, with the knight on c2, especially if, say, you are not disturbed, you can finish the development. Maybe he shouldn't defend the pawn with rook b1. Now that I'm thinking, bishop d3, let's say. And he can also play b4 later
Yeah, I
if
really
he
like
wants.
before.
Maybe play b4 immediately. Yeah, I don't know, b4, and if say castle, b1,
Bishop.
then a4 as well.
Yeah.
Because that's the trick in such positions in French. So after a5, you can actually go b5. If you play b5 yourself immediately, then black has this square, and all of a sudden it's good for
Nice.
black. Yeah, it's good for black. Okay, so he's playing.
Darda is my favorite player. Someone in the chat is saying that.
Ah,
I
good.
think, yeah, he's very a strong player and many favorite
Favorite of many
Yes.
viewers, right? Yeah, why not? Why not? Young lad, 2600 rated, not yet 20 years of age. So I'm checking how is he doing. He's spending time in this position after b5. So probably trying to calculate like some lines where he would get winning chances. I think we looked at some of these lines. Looks like he's always solid, so black never risks to lose here, but it's hard to find a way to keep the game going. It seems like you will have to play something like bishop d7 and simplify. Eventually all of these pawns are going to be traded one after another. And again, maybe I have to highlight that this is an important line. So a6, a4, bishop b3, and white would probably be winning. Black would probably be winning because attacks the rook and the pawn. Like in this line, for example, I just misclicked, but it allows me to show the line where black winning. But here, after bishop b3, there is a very annoying move, bishop e4. Takes on c1, takes on c1, and
I cannot take the pawn.
yeah, like you cannot go d3, you cannot take the pawn because rook c8 checkmate is threatening, yeah. Can you like play f5 maybe? And then bishop d3 blockading everything. And this is actually how to get in trouble with black, to get something like this. So bishop is blockading the pawn, also guards the white pawn.
And maybe taking the f pawn in the future.
Yeah. So I think we are behind on the PGN, it seems, because I can see... no, only one move maybe. I'm not getting the update on this one, you see?
Yeah.
So the pawn on checking
in
from the
D3.
camera, the pawn is on d3 and
the
white
rook.
played rook c3. d3, rook c3. And now, according to the computer, d2, black is slightly better. But very, very slightly. Yeah, somehow PGN stopped updating.
No.
I wonder if we could actually check what's going on, because I'm not sure. Is it for one game only, or?
Yeah, I think it's just
Yeah,
this
it
game.
looks like this game somehow. From a camera we can clearly see the pawns on d3, the rooks on c3.
What board is this?
Board 3.
Board 3.
Same on the...
Yes, the same, yes.
So I'm switching to board 4 maybe to see what happens in Chigaev's game. Knight g4, queen e6, and again no move. I don't know. No, finally a huge update happened on Chigaev's. Yeah, I think we've gotten like a huge portion of moves.
Yeah.
Well,
Speedrun.
Chigaev has chances, it seems.
And
extra
today
he's super lucky today.
Yeah. Chigaev today, birthday.
Yeah, almost like a second birthday, yeah? After winning such a lost position as he had in round 4. Well, computer considers this one to be an easy draw, like not even giving the white that much of an advantage, but it's an extra pawn after all. And maybe white can try to run with the king. Just played b6. Okay, now since we've gotten an update, let's quickly revisit everything. So here, good chances for Chigaev to prolong the game and try, but objectively has to be a draw. For Darda,
Draw?
Yeah, very likely. d2 can... Okay, let's look at the most natural. Rook c2 is bad, because then rook c d8 and bishop b3 is threatening. So d2, white actually has to play king f1, a6, a4, and some stuff. Like this, rook a4. And then I don't understand anything, because computer says king d3, which doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. If I take on d2, is it? Yeah, it's still fine. So Darda very likely draw as well. On board 2, huge changes. I don't know whose favor is this now. Pichot against Lorici. Bishop d2. We've seen. Can we get the picture of board 2 as well? Would be lovely. d5, queen h5, d4. And you wanted to play queen h5, yeah? No, it was in the other line. Here queen h5 is fine. d4, queen f3, queen d5, f6, and can play queen d3, for instance, pinning the rook. King has to go to h8. And computer tends to prefer white here, h3, and also in a practical game, like white has this pawn on f6, so the king is always like in trouble, even if there is nothing concrete for white.
And the black bishop is defending the pawn, so it's, I don't know, yeah.
And again, we are getting updated.
This
so
h3 is not to play g4?
No, it's just, it was computer's suggestion, just probably to be able to go king h2,
Yeah.
not to get checkmated on the last rank. He went c4, queen e5, b4.
Okay, change of plans.
Yeah, this is not bad, especially if something like c5 happens. Look, for instance, this and this. Then just look at this bishop on f8.
That's
It
a
has
lock.
zero, it has zero moves. Interestingly, computer suggests c5,
Still a lock.
where after
Oh, okay.
b5, at least it will be able to go to d6 one day.
And also take on b5, maybe a take b5 and then c4 somehow, maybe.
Yeah,
No.
possible. Even this one is unclear. Even this one is unclear. Yeah. No, it is getting sharper. It is clearly getting sharper, this one. It's board 2. Board 1, nothing has changed much, so they probably will pass the time control and will kind of play pretty much forever. Wait a second. As I said this, I realized there is something interesting on board 1 that can happen. So I'm bringing this one as well. After rook c8, there is an option to take on d5. And let's say knight d5, rook d5, rook d5, rook d5. It's an extra pawn, right? After rook c4, there are options, like f3 is an interesting move. If takes, e4, winning this pawn. I think this should probably be close to, no, what I'm saying, yeah, you take h5, and if I play the other pawn, then rook a4 is possible, because this is not a checkmate. With e4 it was a checkmate. Now the king is running away. So that's why it's not a clever idea to take on d5. That's why it's not a clever idea to take on d5. Computer, in fact, gives like something boring, rook d4, and then we go on and on. I think it's a very clever defensive maneuver for black to put the king on g5, so that whenever we start exchanging, the h5 pawn is simply falling. Cool. So
we have some results.
Board 9 won, Forest won, then Murzin won, Hushenbet lost, and on board what? Board 14?
14, yes.
Board 14.
International Master won.
Sokolovsky, Sokolovsky won against Nurlan Ibraev. Yeah, there was some disastrous Ruy Lopez game for black at some point. So white managed to bring all the pieces into attack.
Yeah. But
so on top 10 we only have 2 results.
Yes.
And the one that I've mentioned is board 7. It is a draw, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Guriel and Bharat. It's a draw. Yeah.
The top players, there is no results yet, so.
Yeah, in the group of 3.5 or 4 points, not a single result yet. It's a very, very tense round. Everyone understands that winning a game in this situation is crucial, but even more crucial for your tournament destiny would be to lose the game. So they kind of want to win, but with minimal risk.
Leading the tournament, it can get 10,000 euros first place. Yeah,
decent amount of money. Murzin wins. Benny Eisenberg won against Hushenbeth. Yeah, and Yachli Sokolovsky against Nurlan Imbraev. Yeah, so players from Israel. Yeah, on top boards. Some development, I think, in the game of Michalevsky and Luka Moroni. We can check this one. Oh, Fedoseev. Yeah, like if we have Fedoseev on camera, let's look at Fedoseev's game. rook d2, rook d4 was played, and and black played rook c2. So now the suggestion is to block, and if rook takes, I don't understand how he's supposed to make progress with white if black kind of stands. I mean, you can do the same, probably go rook c6, and if white captures everything, we are back to the same line, rook c4, f3, rook b4, and we had it. Somehow, it seems that he missed... there was a feeling with the queens on the board that, let's say, position after move 25, it was complete dominance. And then all of a sudden it's very hard to make progress now. He'll probably play, and who knows, maybe he's going to win.
And the king on f3 is a bad move.
No, not at all. You can go king f3, just that the rook will chase these pawns. Regrettably, we are not winning the d5 pawn. It's not a bad move. It's actually white is still better. You can go knight d3, maybe jump here, there. Rook c2, I don't know. Is g4 a move? Maybe, yeah, maybe let's open some files here. Point, of course, being that this is winning for white all of a sudden. King h5 is especially pleasant. After king f6, let's say, again, rook f4, and this king is running under some devastating attack. Knight c5, if king goes here... no. Not knight c5, but just rook g1.
The rook g1, yeah. Bringing the other rook to the attack.
Attacking g7. Yeah, tricky position to play. Something's going on board 3, on board 4, like they play very fast, and I want to check both games now. So on board 3, what happened was d2, f3, f3, wait, and he missed, Daniel Darda, he seemingly missed something starting with rook d4, at least computer was showing rook d4. a6 is very human move, of course. So a6, and then I think a4 is what you play. And then now computer is very boring. It shows bishop, a6, a4 played. Computer shows bishop d7, like this, bishop d7, king f2, takes here, takes everything on c6, white takes on d2.
Yeah, our dog moves has 3 minutes 49 seconds. So.
For 11 more moves, so there is still some time trouble factor, even though like he has played all the hard moves, and now like moves king f2, king e3 are relatively easy.
Yeah.
So I guess he will hold. And then Chigaev against Sonis, I want to check, because this is what we are getting. I don't even know how to judge this. Rook b8, king g7. Wait, and he was completely winning. It's such a mistake. So this was the idea to play b7 and then to bring the king. Well, at least according to the machine, is winning. While he played b7 and missed rook b1, when now it's hard
to progress.
Hard to bring the, yes, after king h3, it's rook b4. And not letting it to go here because e3 check. And if g4, it's h5. Whoa. It's also almost impossible to find, I'm guessing. So that's a super tricky endgame. So again, looks like the win for white would be king f1, and then let's say black cuts off the king, you go b7. Then you slowly start moving with the king, and you get somewhere here. You're winning one of the pawns. The point is that a black king never can get closer to, can never get closer to the b pawn because white wins immediately with rook h8, rook h7.
This is very no.
Yeah, like this is a known trick, and I think this could be
a draw.
After rook b1, yeah. So king f1 would be winning. So rook b1, I guess it's... wait a second. So I'm still not convinced. If I play g4 here, and black plays h5, and if I go h3, look, I thought
h4.
If this happens, I'm winning. No, I'm wrong. It's crazy. King h7, this, and the only move to hold this. Okay, this is clever also. Rook b2, so if I try king f4, it's a check. But you're absolutely right. This is like originally I was thinking that it's actually, but h4 makes it much easier. Yeah, you just go h4, and the king is never, king never escaping this corner. So that's a big miss by Chukayev then. Because the same position with the king, let's say on e2, would be easily winning.
That's why it's important to know endgames. Yeah.
It's not even about knowing endgames in this particular case. I think he was careless.
Yeah.
A bit. Because you get like the same position with the king on e2. If you ask, like, do you want the king in the corner or already in e2? Of course you say yes, let's have it with the king on e2, even if it's still a draw, right? It's
even
just
if
a better
the
position.
rook is checking.
It's still just a better position that the one has in the game. So that's incredible miss. And what else is going on? We might see something very similar, interestingly, in Darda's game, right next to this one, because somehow they've exchanged in such a way that Darda is attacking this pawn on a4, and then if you go rook a2, a5, this pawn will be, this pawn constantly needs attention, and then black starts moving here, so probably you will have to at some point give the pawn and put the rook behind. So there is some knowledge of rook endgames required. So that's for Darda. That's on board 4, Chigayev. Now, according to the computer, it's a draw, but we never know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
On board 2, Pichot is back in control. Yeah, because look,
it's happened
before c6 was played, yes, and he just played c5. So now, remember, we are talking how bad this bishop is.
Everything is controlled now.
Yeah, now everything is under control, and the only thing he needs is somehow to... I think if he exchanges like either rooks or the queens, he will have very good chances to win.
Yeah.
Easier said than done, probably. Yeah, because
if we change rooks and queens,
then we probably win this pawn, but not the game, right? Yeah. Because all of our pawns are wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, like imagine, I don't know how to do it. Let's say, wait, black to move. So h5. For example, h5, and let's pretend that this happened, and this happened. Yeah. I mean, we exchange it. We are actually, we are worse because of, and let's make some stupid move so that we are winning the d pawn. And still, king g6.
Yeah.
White is not better.
The bishop is liberated, and maybe
even black can
win.
play. Yeah. So he has to be careful somehow. Still, wait, but black played queen d5, and now, for whatever reason, h3, computer says, is a very serious advantage, more than a pawn. h3 or rook f2. So perhaps the idea is indeed to go here, and then you have rook f5 lift. Crazy. Also, no, he didn't. Sorry, he didn't play h3. He used to move here. Move 31. 10 minutes left. Less than 10 minutes left.
It's okay. I mean, well, both are in time trouble. but 9 minutes still.
Still enough, yeah. It's 9 minutes. Let's not forget 30 seconds increment, so it's another 5 minutes for the increment of 10 moves. Yeah. Well, I'm not sure what else is going on. Luca Moroni against Viktor Michalewski, a board full of pieces, something very, very complex. Kirill Shevchenko.
And how is doing Jules Mussard?
Yeah. Just a second. That's board 5, I think. Yeah?
Yes.
That's board 5. So, kind of good news for both of them. They've reached the time control. It's already move 41 for Mussard and...
If they reach the time control...
yeah, 41.
Yes.
And the position is like this. The position is like this. So, again...
Oh, someone just finished the game. Board 5.
Board 5. I think it was a draw.
Board 5.
Yeah.
So this is...
He went g4 and I don't think he can offer a draw because he's nominally will be a pawn down when black takes.
Yeah.
I think Darda just captured and, or just offered a draw.
That's board 3. I think the game we are...
Sorry, I'm completely... Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
This endgame is going on. Mussard agreed the draw here. Yes,
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. So somehow I got distracted with it. Because they were already not even agreed the draw. They've repeated simply.
Okay.
So White couldn't find a way to make progress, and probably there was no way. And it's kind of similar to what this Fedosev's game. Yes,
Yeah.
Black is very passive, but he defends d5, and it's not much you can do. It's not much you can do. So same thing happens to Fedosev.
And Jules agree because he's a slightly worse.
Yeah. Anyway, it's not a bad result so far for Mussard. So 4 out of 5. Yeah.
Yeah, and also it's double round, so this is a good result actually.
Yeah, surviving the double round is already a good result. I mean, not losing a single game in when you have 2 days, because his opponents were not easy. He had some chances in today's morning round.
Okay, maybe...
Quickly check the streamers.
Okay.
If they're still playing. Alexander Becker against Alexander Botes. Alexander Botes is winning. I don't know what's going on, but Alexandra is impressive. Bishop f1, and now she has to find... Whoa, it's a big moment, because she has to find knight c5.
Knight c5?
Knight c5, yeah. Kind of breaking the connection between the rook and the queen.
Okay.
Breaking the connection between the rook and the queen, and that's it.
And taking
White
the
will be
knight
helpless.
to e4, maybe?
Yeah, if you're allowed to e4 is good, but you simply trap the rook. The rook cannot
the rook
run.
is completely trapped.
Cannot
Yes.
even run. So but the best move would be to take,
Okay,
and then queen
this is
c3.
tactics. And she
She didn't
find.
find. No,
Yes.
king h6. And all of a sudden, she's still slightly better, but now White is back in the game because he can play rook d3, then return the queen. So there was almost like a sudden moment to go knight c5 and win. Because knight f6, let's say, was the idea to go to e4, again, the same... no, in this case it's rook c7, so that's why she didn't want... That's why she went king h6. That's why she went king h6, so that rook c7 would be without a check, but she had...
In these
she had
situations, you have to consider these moves like knight c5, some tactics.
This is quite typical because,
How it's called is interruption?
Interpositions or
Yes,
something. I'm not even sure how exactly...
Interference, maybe?
Maybe, yeah. Not even sure what exactly the name for this would be. So Alexander is still playing then. And all of a sudden the position is back to being almost equal. Not even almost equal. Look, rook d3. queen e1, queen d8, and after rook a1, queen g5 here, queen e7. It's apparently a draw somehow.
What did he play?
He played rook d3, the move that computer recommends. And just a quick update for Andrea's position. I think it's she's slightly better. It's already an endgame. They're both low on time. Andrea has 4 minutes. Her opponent Jakobsen has 6.
I want to see the rating of her opponent. So Andrea opponent is 1700 from Norway, and Alexandra opponent is 1950.
1950, so probably one of the highest ratings in the tournament.
They are both fighting for the first place. So it's a very important game.
Yeah, but she just missed a huge chance, knight c5.
This is... yeah. We have in camera Andrea right now.
Right, but here I don't even know what to say. Like, white's slightly better, but again, I think it might be. I mean, the game like this might be decided by somebody blundering badly. Because if both play correct, then it's very likely. Well, wait, what did black do? He just played the move knight f4.
Attacking knight takes
Attacking
h3?
h3, yeah, but even if white takes this, you spent 2 tempi to take the h3 pawn, and then say rook c7, rook h7 is an extra pawn, or g3, and then just king g2. The strongest move after knight f4 according to the machine is rook e3. So guard this. This is still weak. Rook f3 is kind of a threat. h4, g3 is kind of a threat. So it's a pleasant position to play, of course.
Yeah, nice. Rook e3, nice.
Okay, Zak is in a rook endgame, pawn down. So probably going to lose, I'm afraid. So e5 is weak. And he's already a pawn down, so his opponent, well, plays very reasonable chess, h5 and then g4, making sure that this pawn will never be possible to defend with the pawn, so f4 will never happen. So h5, and let's say if white just waiting, you go g4, so takes, for example, white's waiting, and then you get the king here, and somehow it should be winning, maybe king on g5, eventually attacking this pawn.
Well, Zach has 1 minute, 2 minutes.
Yeah, also he has two minutes. Well, he just played f3. Now h4 is strong apparently. h4, g4, rook f4. And again, this pawn is isolated. And also the king is now in danger with pawn on h4. Like, you know, imagine both rooks come into the first rank. There could be some really unpleasant consequences. I would really love to see what happens in Alexandra's game, but somehow they've stopped moving completely after this rook d3. I don't know, did she just miss it, or? So Andrea played h4, that's okay, but what's
Maybe we
with
can
Alexandra?
See. She's still
Yeah,
thinking.
she's still thinking. Thinking, because it's not easy.
No.
Queen e1, or what's alternative to queen e1? I'm not sure. Like if you go back, why would you even be better if you go back? There's also some danger of, you know, once in a while white going e4 and then having rook h3 ideas. Yes, correct. She plays queen e1.
Yeah, she has to be active there. Yes, needs to.
Queen e1, yeah, and then queen d8. Looks like queen d8 is the move that saves white, and something like that, for instance, would be immediately lost after
Rook
this
e1.
move, trade, and oh well, that's actually nice. Knight f6. The point is that you cannot play I mean, you can play bishop e2, but this is a lost position. Crazy. And then you just move the pawn. So this king is in a, king is in a checkmate net, so bishop cannot move. And after, let's say, I mean, first of all, it's not clear where to move the rook. And after rook d1,
Knight
just
c3.
b4. No, just b5,
Yes.
b4, b3. Yeah, so if this happens, you will win it like that. But also, it's not easy to recognize. So white might be falling for this. So there is two options. Rook a1 is a big threat, right? So two options to fight it is queen c2, queen f2, which we know is losing, or to find it after
I
queen d8.
think it's not that difficult to find queen d8 because you are seeing they are almost checkmating you. You are looking for the perpetual.
Yeah, maybe. But also to understand.
Oh my God, no,
no, he's
I cannot believe it. Queen c2.
queen
And
c2.
Alexandra is
No,
winning.
Alex is winning if she finds everything. Okay, if she goes, let's say, if she goes knight f6, knight f6 is also much better. So rook a1 is winning, but knight f6 is also much better. So she just needs to play any of the two. No, rook d1, of course, because white is kind of wants to trade the queens and so on. Yeah, of course you want to do this. And then white absolutely has no choice. So here takes. Yeah, and this is a funny move, knight f6.
Knight
Where
f6 controlling.
and rook b3. So this is the reason. Rook b3 check, here rook f1.
Nice that.
Yeah. So it's like white pieces are in some like strange knot that you cannot really untie everything.
Yeah.
So king has to protect the bishop. If bishop goes to e2, we know knight e4 and b5. If rook moves, the rook is lost to either immediately the double attack or the second double attack after this check, and then rook f1.
Yeah.
So if she plays rook e1, she's winning.
Yeah. Maybe we wait for her?
Yeah, let's wait for one more move. Let's wait for
Yes.
one more move, because of course we have a lot of stuff happening on the first boards.
Someone is saying like a knight c6 is such a puzzle move. So I think
Knight
it's
c5?
very,
Knight c5, you mean?
yes, knight c5 like before when
Yeah, when
they had the opportunity to
when knight
to
c5
win
was winning.
material.
Yeah, I
Yes.
agree. It's like if you do, and she does, of course, like this puzzle rushes and stuff. That's very common.
Yeah.
That's very common. But that's again, like in the puzzle rush or whatever puzzles on chess.com, any platform, pretty much, you have this information that they give you the position and they say there is something.
Yeah.
Look for tactic. Here you have a position, you have 5 minutes left, and you have no clue whatsoever if there is tactic. Are you winning? Are you worse? Right? Maybe you have to
I
go
think
for
that the
perpetual.
puzzle rush are like more simple tactics like checkmating 1, checkmating 2, so winning.
Depends on
Yes.
how deep you are how deep you are in the puzzle rush.
Yeah.
Because once I've done back in the day, I've done this what was called when you don't have the time limitation, but you have
Yes.
three lives.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
But when you have 3 lives, so that you do one puzzle wrong, and then the second, and when it's you do 3 mistakes, and then it stops.
Yeah.
And I've gotten to like 100 something.
Yeah.
And puzzles there are crazy. I mean, sometimes like you have to calculate 10 moves, even more. So these are for.
My mom always says like she's not a chess player, but she thinks like doing puzzles every day is really important for your brain, like to keep in shape like your tactics and calculation. Like even if it's 5 minutes, 15 minutes is really important every day.
Yeah, well, it's you know, you can apply it to different activities in life, not only chess, right? If you're not exercising, that means
Yeah.
something that you're not constantly exercising is getting out of shape. And with the brain is pretty much the thing. Right. So we are
Rook A1, Queen
Queen
F2.
F2. So there is a suggestion to go Queen B1. But then this looks like a perpetual, right? Or even Rook C3 might be even worse for us. Rook C3, Rook C7, Queen H4. So Rook C3. Yeah, so this idea of Queen H4 is
It's uncomfortable, the perpetual. So after Queen F2, which one will be the move? Like,
I have no idea. The move to win?
yes,
The move to win is to trade and go Knight F6.
yes.
But this is not a real position, right? She didn't play Rook A1
No,
yet.
no.
It's a wrong moment that we decided to wait for her to move because she immediately stopped playing and it's a lot of development on all the other boards, including like the top boards.
Okay,
what's
something
going on?
happened. In the
Something
6-4,
happened, yes, of course.
yeah, who won there? Apparently
Somebody.
Luca. Am
Luca
I
won.
wrong?
Yes, Luca Moroni has won. I don't know how
yes,
it
exactly.
happened. It's a lot of stuff happened and White was doing fine. At some point White was better and then there was a big blunder. This and he cannot take on H4 because Rook C2. So went back here and after Queen D3 resigned. So we've got the result here. We've got the result on Mossad's board.
Yeah.
So what do we check? Yeah, let's go. We spent so much time on Alexandra's game, so that we absolutely have to see if she's
Have to wait. She has 2 minutes, so she will play now.
Crazy.
Yes.
It's crazy. But what's wrong with Rook A1? It's no.
Whoa.
No, and she doesn't. She goes Knight F6.
That's a strong move?
Which no, it's a good move. Yes, it's plus 3.5. So that's again, it's a decent move. But the other one was better. That's the only thing. Well, you know what? On the other hand, maybe just as strong, because the line computer has Queen D1, then you go Rook A1.
It looks like the same.
Not really, because White can run away with the rook, so you are not winning the game immediately, but then again, White cannot really unpin. So it's weird, right? You go Rook A6.
And Knight D.
Yeah, like Knight D2, strangely, is not that great, because he starts running away, and Rook F2, King E2 wins the material back, right? So we probably win, I suspect, because... maybe not. So D5 is king. No, let's go back. Let's go back to reality. Queen E2 now. Queen E2 you can win by trading on it now. So trading on E2, but then White can block on D1. So now, please play Rook A1 and don't trade the queens. No, it's seriously, it's very easy to get confused. Very easy to get confused. So she just has to go Rook A1.
Less than 2 minutes.
Everyone's tired.
Okay.
No!
She refused to exchange.
Okay, this is too much. This is too much. Now it's immediately Rook D1, kicking the queen away, and somehow, yeah, it's still, computer still has it as better for black.
And he found it, yes.
Still has it as better for black, but I'm afraid we are witnessing pretty much this, you know, the scenario from...
the winning.
Yeah, like from this game of Chigayev.
Paralysis.
From Chigayev. Like he was still lost in the previous game, but like the trend has changed. Here is the same. Like all of a sudden it's clear that White all of a sudden gets confidence. Yeah. Alexandra spends like nearly all of her time on every move, so I don't know. I'm getting nervous.
And for them, they are how many moves away? They already reached time control?
39. So okay. Still 2 more moves.
Yes.
Okay, let's check the top boards. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That this is. They will reach the time control, and it's
Yeah, they
good
will
enough.
start thinking.
Yeah, who reached the time control was Fedoseev. That's move number 43. And I don't know what's going on, but Fedoseev is lost. According to the machine, Fedoseev is lost. I don't know how he misplayed it to such a degree. So what happened on move 40, he went knight c5, black captured on h5, and it was still fine. Check on h4 was still fine, and then he captured on b7, apparently overlooking that black doubles here, and now, you know what, king f6 and g5, and the rook on f3 will get stuck. So knight c5, let's say, g5. No, it's not even getting stuck. It's worse than that. It's just
Getting lost.
Getting lost, and also the f2 pawn is getting lost. No, it's absolutely terrible. It's absolutely terrible. So Fedoseev might lose, and that would mean that Parkhov will be on 5 out of 5. Absolutely crazy result. On board 2, Pichot and Lodici reached the time control as well, I suspect. Now, black still has to make a move. h3, and wait a second. Did he have to go? He have to go h3? Bishop c3 was completely winning. It's quite a bit of a miss, I have to say. So bishop c3, and then you can play your h3 g4, and if e5, only then you go f7. And then when black wins this pawn, you win the e5 pawn. So now after h3, black can play e5, bishop c3,
And now the pawn is
king
defended.
f6, king e4, king here, and if you take, I guess bishop h6. No, bishop h6 is terrible. Then I don't understand anything. It says bishop e7, and this, for whatever reason, is a draw. I don't understand what's going on, seriously. Anyway, e5 played. e5 played.
Yeah.
Is this winning? g4 takes, king f6. Because we will win this pawn sooner or later. No, we will not. Bishop h6. This is what I forget about bishop h6 and bishop f4.
Defending the pawn.
So he clearly missed a chance, Pichot, on move 40, but he might be getting another one if he plays bishop c3, because still the position is very hard to understand. Darda against Erdogmush.
And his opponents stand and start thinking, standing. I don't know.
Where? Pichot's opponent?
Yes.
Because it's move 40. They both made move 40. Last, Lodici's last move, e6, e5 was move 40. So time control is over. Here on board 3, Darda, it's an equal position. Because white will have rook a8, or after a5, white also has rook a5. And it will be the same trick. If you go here, king goes here. If you go here, I think king goes here.
The king has to stay there.
Yeah, if you go to h7, rook a8, not to let the king go. If you go f5, yeah, if you go f5, he's just waiting.
Yes.
So if this, then check. If this, then back. This is a draw, and Chigaev is winning again, I think. Yeah. He tricked his opponent again. I don't know. How do you
Really?
How do you win this one? It's crazy.
He has to play the lottery today.
Look, like he got boxed, and then okay, so this was a draw, but then wow, what is that? Rook b5. So here, rook e7 was a draw because rook f5, e3, f e3. Well, but this is a tricky thing. Rook e3, check on h5, king g6, and normally as a now, what's going on? King g7. This is crazy, and I'm supposed to know this stuff. This is a draw. This is a draw because the rook cannot go away, and this is like super famous. The final position is super famous from the study, and you try to help with the king, and then the rook goes away, and here you just give check, and when the king is far away, you go back to a5, and this rook is getting stuck. But how do you find it? It's incredible. It's incredible. So, and on this. And again, I'm coming back to my favorite subject. Like you watch the game with the computer and it says it's a draw.
Yeah.
But in order to make a draw, you have to know that at the end of this 15 moves line, there is this study-like position where you are your opponent is 2 pawns up and you are holding. So that was absolutely crazy. So he went for what seemed to him was a better practical chance, went after the h3 pawn, and then according to the machine, white is winning. He has to play rook e5, rook h5, and the h pawn doesn't really matter. So he goes rook e5, let's say if this, rook to h5, and you don't really care. You go here.
And win the pawn.
Yeah, you can win the pawn. And okay, ironically, after h2, yeah, of course you can win the pawn, but this is also probably winning. Just go further, and you go here, and you just move. So at some point, black will have to move, and if he tries to attack this, you take the pawn and you defend. Yeah. So yeah, Chigaev is winning. Fedoseev. No, I'm so much surprised how Fedoseev, like he had full control, and now he's in trouble. All right. So interestingly, all the lower boards, we already have the result.
Yeah.
Apart from, I'm talking about the 3.5 points group, right? Apart from Shevchenko and Eray Kilic. Eray Kilic has 3.5. Shevchenko's position, though, is completely winning. So he's a pawn up. The pawn on h6 is also worth a lot. And the moment white can play bishop e4, black probably resigns. It's almost like you could play bishop e4 here, but then it's a check and rook f7, I think. Or bishop e7. There is no point to go crazy and give a rook with a check. Just go rook e3.
And also, I think Fedoseev is completely lost now.
Yeah, but he's also like you can tell it, and that's the thing. Like from the camera view, you can tell that he finally realized that what he has done to his position.
Yeah.
He went g4 very quickly. So now the way for black to win is to go g5, rook h3, and to go h5. So that after this capture, it's g4. And then d4, and then
it's happening.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
Well, actually, this is still not so clear. Yeah, like black definitely gonna play g5, I'm sure.
And now,
Black definitely. And he did. Yeah. Now it's a little bit tricky. Now it's a little bit tricky. Wait a second. If I start with d4. Black is better, but not winning because knight d6. So there is still a chance. There is still a chance to misplay. Because in fact, the computer line is not obvious. It's this. It's this.
giving 2 pawns.
Now, like knight d5, we understand. But if say e4, this is super funny. King e5 and the rook is trapped. If rook takes, we also have to see, and I'm not sure if it's easy to see, that this is a checkmate. So we kind of sacrificed all the pawns we have. And then
that's a checkmate.
This is okay.
F3.
Yeah, f3, it's back. And this.
It's a checkmate.
Yes, if you play f3, it's this, and if you don't play f3, it's check, and the other rook to g1. No, but this is crazy. This is crazy. I can easily imagine
And
black
there is
finding
no
it.
checks for white after.
After all this line,
Yes.
there is, which makes it even more complicated. You're right. So here, 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 there is a check on d6, but then you go to g5. And yeah, and on g5 the king is safe and white is getting checkmated. I mean, it's possible to find, but also possible to miss. Because you sacrifice so many pawns with black to get these positions. If there is no checkmate, you might as well be losing.
Yeah.
What is going on?
Yeah, and he has 20. Well,
Sorry, I switched to the other game.
Yes,
it's
okay.
board what? Board 3.
yeah.
Board 3 Darda. It was supposed to be completely drawish, no? I gave him a 4. What's the trick here? Oh, no, he pretty much offers a draw, I guess. Ah, rook a8. Wow. Rook a8 is a funny move. Now, if you take on f3 with a check, you think, okay, check, and then
And then check.
and then we lose, yeah, because the rook is hanging and the checkmate is threatening. So a little, but you know, annoying trick.
Yeah.
So it looks like black is forced to go back to h7, after which anything. f4 is good. Yeah, I think f4 is the easiest. You go f4. If black goes back, you can simplify even further by playing h6. So if king takes, it's the same checkmate. If pawn takes, I don't know. Maybe white's better now. Check and take f6
yeah.
and so on.
Getting some
Yeah.
checkmates.
I mean,
win the both.
Black will have to kind of change his mind and try to make a draw, which he probably should be able to do, but no risk for Erdogan.
I think he already played. Yes. King h7. Yes.
Yeah, king h7 is played, so white just needs to play f4, and that's good enough. Wait, can he play h6? So this is too much. Yeah, h6 also works. h6 immediately, because the same kind of trick, you can go here, rook a3. Oh no, wait, it's not the same trick. Rook a3. No, this is better not to do. I mean, it's probably still a draw, but better not to do this thing. f4 is much more natural. 4 is much more natural, and meanwhile we are shown board 4, Chigayev and Sonis, where it looks like Chigayev is just winning. You know what? We've forgotten something very important, I think.
What?
We passed the time control and we got so excited that
Ah,
we've forgotten to take
To take a break.
probably the most important thing. So now we cannot have it like from the technical side. But we will be able almost immediately.
Yeah.
Just checking. Yeah. Both streamer sisters are playing, so let's take a break and return to see how their game's going.
Yeah. See you guys.
Okay, so, and we are back again, and this will be our final portion for sure. Second round of today approaching its end, round number 5, but a lot of games are still in progress on the top boards.
Yes. Fedosev is...
Fedoseev is playing, then on second board Pichot and Lodici is playing. Yeah, so I think we start with board 1, right? The kind of the most important, because Fedoseev had a very serious advantage. Then he misplayed it, then he actually, I don't know what happened. Was he over aggressive or just panicked? But he's gotten into trouble. Now black is winning in this position currently. So what happened was, after rook f3, black actually played king g6, and he did not take on f5 but went knight c5. After g3 went knight d3.
And
So now, yeah, like this is the real position. And now, among other things, black can take on f2 after rook takes, knight takes. Now black has two connected passed pawns and an absolutely winning position. Something like knight f5 wins probably the pawn on e3 as well. Or like in case of rook d3, just h5, g4, g3.
Yeah.
And this will be a big result because his opponent, Parhov, will be on 5 out of 5. And it's not even clear if we will have somebody on 4.5, right? Ah, no, we do. We do have already Luca Moroni, who won on 6 board.
And the same problem, the connected pass pawns is in the game of... what is this?
Chigaev.
Yes.
Chigaev against Francesco Sonis. Yes, and Chigaev is... Yeah, he's absolutely winning here. I don't even know what to do. Right, so on board 1, black just captured on f2, and it's honestly it's pretty straightforward after this capture, because knight f5 is still a threat. It's not like you can do something.
Yeah.
Computer is giving some funny looking line, knight e5, king h5 and rook f6, but then it doesn't make sense from human standpoint. It doesn't make sense. Black just continues to push pawns. Then on board 2, let's check. Pichot is winning once again. Endgame master, as we call him.
Yes, he's...
I don't know how he manages this. I mean, it was still equal somewhere around here. f7, king e6, g4. He takes with the king f5, king e4, and now computer says it's winning. How is white winning? Probably some zugzwang or what? Okay, so let's say we get to this position. And then you can play a bishop move, and in case of bishop d2, how do you win? Bishop d4. Now, so far I'm not convinced. Bishop d4 here. And here you can play bishop e3. So first of all, what's important is after bishop d4, it's impossible to take because the pawn promotes h6, h7, h8. And if bishop goes anywhere else, bishop e3. And then h6. So eventually you will have to go with the king to stop the pawn, right? And then king f5. And even if, let's say, so here now king g6 wins simply, but even if, let's say, black somehow was to stop the h pawn, then the king goes here and takes everything.
Start farming the pawn.
Yeah, so just takes everything. On board 3, we have a draw already. Daniel Darda against Turkish international master Erdog Mush. Chigaev on board 4 is winning with two connected passed pawns. And from the top 10 boards, the only game which we kind of, I don't know, care about, I want to say, is Shevchenko against Eray Kilic, because Eray Kilic is also on 3.5. But Shevchenko's position is absolutely winning. And now I'm glad that I switched it here because the move White is winning with is really funny. Queen to f5.
Giving the queen.
Giving the queen. And he just played it. Believe it or not, but he just played it. Queen f5. So this way, of course, black cannot take because rook e8 and a checkmate. After queen c1, bishop f1 is possible. And yeah, and if the rook moves, then even queen f7. Kind of annoying him even more. Queen f7, because you still cannot take. There will be a checkmate on the long diagonal. After this check, can I go to h2? I don't like my bishop to be pinned. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. And after queen c8, even exchanging the queens should be winning. Right, so Shevchenko wins. That means Kirich will not be on 4.5. So the only player on 4.5 so far is Luka Moroni. And then if Chigaev wins, he will be the second one.
And Jair.
And Pichot, if he wins, will be the third.
Jair Barkov is.
Yeah, will be on 5.
Yes.
Will be on 5. So we will have one player on 5 and 3 on 4.5. And what about Botus sisters?
Yes. I think Andrea is completely winning. The last time I saw it, she was.
Yeah. Let's see. How is it possible? It's not the same position. She won 4 pawns.
Wow.
I mean, some time back it was 5-5 each, and then she won 4 pawns. I'm sorry, 4 pawns. Ah, okay, 3 pawns, not 4, but still. She collected all the pawns and didn't give any of herself. Yeah, she is completely winning. You're absolutely right. And for Alexandra, she's also much, much better. But she constantly kind of misses a direct win. So we've seen this knight c5 thing. Here, somewhere here, it was already almost equal. Then her opponent once again, well, why is this? So g4 instead was a decent move.
Yeah.
e4 is really strange. Queen b5, rook takes, knight h5. Kindly inviting white to take on d5 because then rook g2 wins and knight f4. So playing for little tricks.
Yeah.
And it's not only the tricks, but also queen to h4 is a threat. She could also just move the rook back, actually. Like rook c3, rook d3. Rook d3 is, this is how I play chess nowadays. Rook d3, queen d3.
No.
And it's just a terrible move. Yeah, but rook c3 was good enough. Knight h5. How do we win if white doesn't blunder rook g2? Let's say plays queen b8.
Maybe
3-2. Queen h4.
Queen h4,
Queen
maybe?
h4, yes. Okay, queen h4 threatens takes
Yes,
and
to
the rook.
some
So rook
pressure.
f1, let's say.
Yeah, rook f1 controlling.
And then again, it's
Rook
a funny
d3?
way. No,
Oh.
rook d3 is rook d3 is good, but also this is very good. Rook g4 and queen g3 is a threat.
Yeah.
And then after, say, queen b3 to stop it, then we take on f4 with the rook, and it's too many extra pawns. So she's winning, but it will still take some time. Like she has 20 minutes, her opponent has 12. It will still take some time.
Yes.
And Andrea is completely winning, right? I mean, this is, you cannot come back from this one. Too many pawns.
Yes.
No, okay, this is
And also
too
some
much.
attack.
This
An
is
extra
too
attack.
much.
Yes.
Zach lost his game, his second game today, like by simply
Yes,
losing all the French pawns, like d4 and then e5. Yeah.
I think in that line it was important not to exchange the queens.
Yeah, so I think back when he started pushing these pawns, like b4, b5, and so on, and especially when he exchanged the queens, then something went terribly wrong. And Alexandra's opponent just made a move, queen to b8. Now queen h4.
Did
as
she
we
play?
said.
No.
No,
Yes.
she's still thinking. She's still thinking.
She has 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Time to find the winning moves.
Is this good? No, this for example is not good because queen e5.
Exchanging.
Queen e5 is maybe a threat. Yeah, but also I just played e3, which kind of weakens my pawns. Yeah, so e3 is not a great move.
And
Okay.
activating the bishop too. Yes.
Okay, so if queen h4 is good. This we know. But let's say if queen h4 is not played, but something like rook d3, it is still winning. It is still winning because if queen e5, we just trade. And this is hanging, this is hanging. You take with one pawn and
the other
black
is
takes
back.
the other, yeah.
Yeah.
Andrea's game, king e8. I don't even know. Like it's hard to imagine move which doesn't win.
Rook c7.
Rook c7 is great, yeah. This is
And then the both rook in the 7.
rook
She pushes-
c7 and she plays it, yeah.
Yes, she plays it.
Because here you don't need more material or
No.
anything. You just need to exchange. Just need to exchange. So this
Even
is
giving one
this is
pawn, like rook
Yeah,
takes and then rook d8 and they exchange
Yeah,
the other.
you have too many
Yeah.
extra pawns. Yeah. So Andrea is winning, and that will mean she will be on 3.5 out of 5. Still reasonable score before the last 4 rounds.
They are also best female prizes in both.
So she,
Groups.
yeah, they're both, of course, very much favorites to win the best female award. After rook b8, this is the moment to think to push the other pawn forward. It's impressive how her opponent is still playing.
They exchange both rooks, if I'm not wrong. No, just one.
She went king c6, okay, and then b7. Yeah, also makes sense.
Yeah,
So
she's
she-
relaxed. She knows.
Yeah, of
it's-
course. No. I
it's
mean, this
completely
is
winning.
this is not much to discuss. And Alexandra will be thinking. So I guess we can leave these games for now and concentrate on the very top boards where we are about to find out who is leading the A tournament.
Yeah, he
Andrea.
resigned. Yeah.
Andrea wins her game. This is the confirmation. All right. Yeah, Pichot is about to win, I believe.
Yes.
Because they've played a lot of moves on board 2. They've played a lot of moves, and indeed this scenario that we were describing has happened. So h5, the pawn distracts the king, and then white king goes in to e6.
He's trying his
7,
last move.
yeah, and just takes everything. And he captured on b7. He doesn't even care about the bishop. So now king takes, and yeah, I think is b5 win? No, b5 is stupid. In fact, no, king c.
Knight, king
Yeah,
takes.
king takes one of the pawns. Yeah,
Yeah, king took the pawn on c.
c6. Yeah,
Yes.
makes sense. Takes the pawn on c6. Bishop c3. And the easiest way to win would be b5, and then if takes a6, and the pawn
Running.
commands. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, he will play
Bishop
b5.
c3, b5,
Yes, he played b5.
b5,
Takes.
a b5.
And that's a way to resign.
Yeah, like a6 is possible, but also king takes b5 is
Yeah.
king b5, and then black simply doesn't have any chances. Nothing, nothing is running. He takes on b5. Yes,
Okay.
both are winning, of course, but king b5 is even
And
more
he's
convincing.
smiling, I think.
And meanwhile, you could see on a camera view that Chigayev and Sonis finished their game. Chigayev winning. This rook n game that was winning originally, and then he made a mistake, and it was a draw, but it was a very tricky draw.
Yeah, he just resigned too. So
So everything's finished.
Oh my God,
apart
it's
from board
suddenly...
1, yeah?
Yeah.
Apart from board 1. So Pichot wins, Chigayev wins, and in the leading group, and Moroni wins with black. So that's the only game which was won with black. Eray Kilic has already lost, so he's not joining the group of people on 4.5. And that's pretty much the games that we were interested in. I think all the rest we can let it be and just see how Fedoseev's going to finish. And after that,
took with the knight.
after
just
that,
move.
whoa. So now,
What is the winning move?
King
here?
G3. So black is attacking with all of his pieces all of a sudden. King G3,
And how they defend that?
Knight H1, King H2.
Oh my God, the Grand
Here.
Tour. And he played. Yes, they're playing those moves. I think
All right, so King G3 is played. Knight H1 is played. Yeah. So the winning move is King H2, obviously threatening to take the knight. And after Knight F2 back, probably everything's winning. Like Knight G2 is no, Knight G2 blunders the pawn. H5 is winning, but according to computer, once again, the easiest way to win would be to go G4. Interestingly, because after Knight G4, King G3, there is no more Knight F2 back, and that's like breaks the last reserve of defense for white. If you take on H6, it's a straight up checkmate.
I think
Check
he
here.
played.
He played King H2, Knight F2. Yes, so now he just has to find G4 or maybe some other way. Maybe some other way to win. Yeah. Wait a second. Is Rook F2 winning? Or this will be... No, Rook F2 will be a terrible blunder. It's winning, but for white.
Yeah.
So I thought that this G pawn is running fast, but it's not running fast enough. So B5, A6, check.
Can get sacrificed.
This, yeah, we sacrifice the rook, and this pawn promotes. So it's better not to do anything silly. Well, Fedoseev doesn't have a choice. He just plays fast to
try
yeah.
to...
Yeah, to play on time, to hope that opponent's going to get nervous. H5 is winning. It's a good enough move. But now, yeah, like Rook D5 is an option. And in order to win... Rook D5, G4 though. G5, G4.
And take the pawn, maybe?
On H5?
No. Yes.
But then it's checkmate from here.
The other checkmate.
They also, yeah, like the white king is in such a terrible position, and he takes the pawn on d5. Yeah, so now g4 wins. Then I think no, not g4. Rook d5 played. G4 was my analysis. G4 wins. Knight g2 I think wins as well, threatening this.
And check on c1, that doesn't...
Let's check. Rook c1 wins.
Because then they can take the knight.
Yeah, if rook d1... Nah, we cannot take the knight because it's counter check.
Oh, yes.
After rook d1...
Yeah, he pushed the pawn on g5.
He pushed the pawn on g4. Yeah. And this is the most convincing way to win. You just move your passed pawns. And also after, well, I found one silly line. After rook f4, if you go knight f3, white is winning because you could think you're winning like this, and knight h1 check.
Yes, there is only checkmate too, right? In g4?
Only four. Rook g4 is also a checkmate, and knight e4 is checkmate.
Oh my god.
So there's too many. That means he will not blunder this one.
No.
Like sometimes, like if it would be knight h1 checkmate, like move with the knight in the corner and so on, it's possible to blunder, but like that, he will not. It's crazy what's going on.
Yeah, we just wait a little bit.
Yeah, it's Fedoseev, of course, he will try to find something, but there's absolutely nothing he can do. There's absolutely nothing he can do. Unpredictable result of today's game on board one. Once again, if someone would tell me that Fedoseev will lose a position, say after move 20, something, or 22, let's say this one, someone would tell me that White's going to lose this, it's really hard to believe.
Yeah.
So that's one game that we keep an eye on, and the second one is Alexandra's game, where she's also kind of close to winning.
Maybe did she play?
Yeah, she did play Queen f6. Her opponent replied with Rook f1. Somehow she plays like, you know, good enough moves, but also like drags the game for a very long time, and it's
like retreating a little bit.
And it's also tiring for herself. Like if she would find the most direct win, she would already having, you know, dinner. Somehow still struggles a little to convert her decisive advantage. So now, for example, computer insists on king h6 being the best move, and if you take here, for instance, f5, and something like some annoyance starts.
Yeah, maybe she would not allow that.
Yeah, ideally she would prefer not to allow it, but king h6, once again, not such an obvious move.
King h6 and then f5.
And then in case of rook d3 she played. I'll just check. Then after f5 you just take. Rook d3 is reasonable. Then again, if f5 happens, computer says rook d2. But what happens if black just takes? Taking on f5, strangely, is not as great, because then rook b1 and white starts like threatening some stuff.
Yeah.
Rook b7, rook b6. Black would still be winning, but you prefer not to allow any of that.
Maybe rook d3 with the idea to bring the queen on h4 again?
Yeah, but I don't think we can do it.
No.
Yeah, because there is a very specific thing. f6, we have to take, and queen to e5. And then white is very active all of a sudden, peeing in the knight, threatening queen e7, and this is already equal. So like if she plays, if white goes f5 and she plays queen h4, she would miss the win. Wait a second, but does white have to play f5? What happens if I give a check? I mean, this is like I would play check in order to take on d5. Like if king h6, I'm happy to take on d5. Is this
taking the
rook d4
or taking the pawn on f?
On f4.
Yeah.
On f4, it's same. Queen e5, queen e4 even. And then we can go. We can play this one forever. 2 versus 1. Yeah. So I'm keeping an eye on Fedoseev's game as well. If it's over, if it's over or not.
We're just waiting.
Okay, Fedoseev. No. Fedoseev's game is about to be finished because he has played after g4. He has played rook d4, and then white found knight g2. So now knight e3 is the big threat. This rook cannot protect the e3 pawn because it's busy protecting the knight. And the other rook is busy covering the first rank. So now after rook d3, for instance, this should be winning, and then knight e3 check. Yeah. Or even better, to go g3.
Okay.
Check. Last chance. Knight g4 check. If you take, it's actually a checkmate from h6.
So what he has to play then?
King h1.
King h1.
Or king h3. I mean, both win. King h3 wins, king h1 wins. Just not to take the knight. So this would be silliest end of this game ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, overall very solid round. So Sonis didn't have to lose against Chigaev. It was closer to a draw. Pichot Lodici also could have been a draw. Okay, we are getting this position. Queen b7 check.
Yeah.
And the best reply to Queen b7 check, to keep you updated, is to block with the queen. Queen f7. But I'm getting a feeling that she's not necessarily gonna play it. Now she does. Bravo. Okay, well played. Queen f7. And now, yeah, like if you exchange, there is no chance, right? Because the d4 pawn is lost and everything. So you have to keep the queen, just at least to have some threats.
It's good. And also you forget about any other problems like...
Yeah.
Yes.
Queen b6 maybe? Yeah, queen b6.
Oh, and he resigned.
Fedoseev resigned on board 1. So absolutely incredible performance by a young player from Israel,
Yes.
Pahov.
And it's like... it's
5 out of 5. Crazy performance.
Yeah.
And today winning 2 out of 2 against 2 grandmasters. That's absolutely amazing.
He's getting close to his norm. Grandmaster
Not
norm.
only norm, but also like he's leading the tournament
yes,
with
and 10,000
10,000
euros.
euros potentially. Yes, there is still 4 more rounds to play, but
After this game, we are past the half of the tournament, right?
yeah. So today is round 5. 4 more games left. Okay, so what do we do? Do we wait for Alexandra to finish, or we could call it a day, because you never know how long they're going to play this one.
Yeah.
She's winning, but she's winning for already for quite some time. So I suggest we check the results on the top boards, and those of you guys who wants to follow the games of Bortis, of Alexandra Bortis, you can always do this on her Twitch channel. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so top 10 boards. Lagarde is still playing. I think it's a drawish endgame, but he will keep hovering around. Parkhov, as we know, on board 1 has already won. Other results are on your screen. Pichot wins with white, Chigaev wins with white, Luca Moroni wins with black. And then both heavy lifters, Kirill Shevchenko and Jordan Van Forest, won, but they are on 3 points, so half a point less behind the leading group. And then we have one guy on 5 out of 5.
The
Absolutely
solo
amazing.
leader from Israel. Yeah.
Okay, and not gonna lie, it was a hard day, Alexandra. So thanks everybody who joined us. I don't know if it's the same people who were watching us in the morning and now. So we were so full of energy in the morning.
Yes.
Maybe.
And then in the afternoon, some
And
coffee.
yeah, okay, we already getting, I mean, I personally getting close to exhaustion, so I think we will call it a day. Tomorrow, there is no double round, there is no nothing. There will be one usual round at 3 p.m. Sardinia time.
Exactly.
So join us tomorrow for round 6, and for today, bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.